Good morning, Sal. Welcome in, Jimmy. How are you both doing today? Grinding an eco and building an empire. How is eco, by the way? It's one of those like few sort of survival building games that I never really got into. P-Bond, welcome in. Busy meeting day, but at least home office and I can watch my favorite streams on the side. Nice. Good. That's definitely a good thing. Hey, morning, Blasty. By the way, guys, we've had a few, a few emote changes on the channel. So yeah, exclamation mark raid 1 and 2 is now gone, and it's only exclamation mark raid. Purely because of yeah, the changes. You'll notice there's quite a few different emotes, all that good stuff. Eco got a major update, 9.5 main point of the UI. Now everything is much better. Oh, that's cool. I wonder if Salty is gonna play it again then. So yeah, we only have exclamation mark raid now. But obviously you do get the new collection. The Uwu. The Easy. And obviously we now have TDL Goose. Lots of new TDL emotes to use. Added some tier 2, tier 3 ones as well. Just so I don't forget them. Yeah. We can we can now invade with TDL emotes, and there's nothing somebody can do about it unless they ban the emotes. Yeah, I'm Duck. Thank you very much for the follow there. Welcome in. I'll do some more because we've got like 12 slots. But I ran out of facial expressions last night to kind of do. We do have shake weight as well. I think. Yeah, shake weight is it's temporary just now. I'll try and get a better one on that done. Ooh. Hey, Zero Vega, thank you very much for the 28 month support. Appreciate that, dude. Can we get some vibes in chat, please? Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's very generous of you. 28 months, my goodness. My goodness. Thank you again. That's very kind of you. Hey, Joe. Good day. Good day. Welcome in, guys. Ooh, a little early, but again, the idea is to sort of start off on this time mainly in this area for next week when the puppy comes. We'll be doing pretty much every day round about 10 or 11 my time, because obviously I'll need more of the evening time and afternoon time to play and well, not play, train I should say. Train the puppy. Yeah. Whew. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Just gonna run a little bit over. There we go, there we go, there we go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Michael the Dark Law, and welcome to another episode of The Darkness here on Twitch. It is Friday the 10th, ladies and gentlemen, which means one more day. And then we've got anniversary coming up tomorrow. Oh yeah, 2 years as a partner on Twitch. How time flies. Even though we've had like 6 months on another platform, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean, chat. Welcome in, guys. It is June 22. Welcome in, Joe, Michelle, Project Agent Nova, Blasting Me Nasty. Appreciate you for being here. Zero Vega, 28 months. Thank you so much for that. Jimmy, welcome in as well. P-Bond, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. So yeah, tomorrow we'll probably be starting about this time. And yeah. Looking forward to it. Really looking forward to it. Again, we don't really have many plans for it. Just basically hang out, chill, try and hit a goal. The goal will be in the channel. Hey, Nova, thank you very much for the 9 months support. Woo! Nice. Nice. Thank you very much for that, dude. Can you tell me what the baby's name's gonna be? Thank you very much for that 9 month support. You're a full-fledged wolf now. One more. Or actually, no, it's 3 months more. And then it'll be the neon wolf sign activated. Thank you so much for that, dude. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, she doesn't say PG Salt 100. Interesting. But thank you very much. Mike. Actually, no. Is that just the icon for the salt? Maybe it is. Maybe if there was a space, it would have done it. Mike, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Starting us off on a hype train already! Again, another day, another start of the stream, another hype train. Come on, guys, I don't have the energy for hype trains right at the beginning. But yeah, good vibe, good vibe. Thank you very much for that, guys. I appreciate that. Agent Nova, 9 months. Mike for the 100 bits. Zero for the 20 months support. I appreciate it, everyone. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're all having a good Friday. It is slightly earlier than what we normally go on, but again, like I've been saying, because of the puppy, my mother's puppy arriving this Thursday. Whew. Yeah. Hey, Blasty, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Joe. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. And thank you, Joe, for the 2 month support. Thank you, guys. Amazing, guys. Level 1 completed. Awesome. We're into level 2. Yeah, so the puppy arrives on Thursday. And because obviously doing stuff in the evening to train it and all that jazz, we will be obviously doing much earlier streams, shorter streams. Um, just again, unfortunately, it is one of these requirements with pups to try and get as much training done whilst it is learning and all these things. So yeah. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Be absolutely generous today. We've obviously we've got a package here from Squadrons. So we've been promoting Squadrons on the channel just to help out, basically, because Fresh is part of Squadrons. Yeah, it's going to be a Beagle puppy. Yeah. It's a Beagle puppy. So Squadrons is the game card. You can see their website just now. It's a Star Citizen game card if you're interested in it. You can download it, you can play it, do all these things with it. I don't know much about it because I don't really play card games myself. I know it's a really high detail cards. They've sent me some of their cards. I'm waiting sort of until Fresh is on because obviously interested to know myself like what the cards are and what they mean and learn that together. So we've got that, which is amazing, and then probably next month. Now, like I said, we're not doing giveaways from myself anymore on the channel. It will only be if companies get involved, and obviously the card game wants to give back to the darkness community and give some cards out and stuff like that. So, or some rare cards. So we're gonna do that next month, and that's just gonna be a very simple, just follow them on Twitter, Twitch, all that kind of stuff. You know, we're not gonna include subscribing and all that jazz. Just a very simple giveaway because they're being generous enough to give to the channel. I don't really want to do my usual stuff where it's like, yeah, if you sub, you get extra entries. There's not gonna be any secret codes. There's not gonna be anything like that. You know what I mean? It's just gonna be very company related. Hey Nova, thank you very much for the 200 bits. Sadi. Yeah, I guess PG Salt 100 is actually, is that the name of a bit? Oh, I can't bit on my own channel to find out. I guess that's why I didn't say Mike's 100 bits then. I guess PG Salt is literally the emote for it. And that's why she's never said anything. Alright, cool to know, cool to know. But yeah, thank you very much, guys, for the bits, the subs, the gifted subs. We're into a level 1 hype train. But yeah, again, it's really early. So I appreciate everyone being here right at the start. We're going to get down to some gameplay. Who saw the video yesterday? That's one thing I need to cook up right now. Where is it? Where is it? I need to scroll through. Where have you gone, Star Citizen? Where are you? I saw you. God damn it. 13 hours ago. It was less than that, wasn't it? Oh my goodness. Where are you? There it is. There it is. There it is. Right, we'll let that load a little bit. That one. But yeah, it's going to be a Beagle Pup. Had some info. Yeah, we're going to just check that out, guys. Because I didn't really get much time to watch it yesterday. So yeah.
The Ninetales are professional criminal operators with a high skill level.
Thank you for the hype train, guys.
But what makes them different is kind of how they don't care about hiding their activities. They're a little bit flashier than you would expect. They're running gambling rings and stealing and...
Why are the Ninetales armor so uncoordinated. You know what I mean? Does anybody else get triggered by that? That instead of like having a unique armor for their guys, you know what I mean? Like their officers could be in a blue set, or their officers could be in the green set, or something like that. It literally is, let's just find any piece of armor, spray paint it slightly, and that will do, you know? I kind of feel like this big notorious crime syndicate would have their own style of armor. Do you not think? I hope for a full set look. Yeah, I don't like this scattered stuff, because again, the Hurston guys, they've got a full set of armor that matches, you know what I mean? And then they've got the boss guy that comes in with the red Hurston armor and stuff. It just feels so, like, you've got this big crime syndicate, and they couldn't be bothered to actually develop their own armor, or pay for somebody to develop, yeah. I figured it made them stand out, but yeah, it's hideous. Again, I just don't understand why they don't have
protection rackets. The big mystery right now is everyone's trying to figure out what their motivations and goals are.
Definitely not style. Definitely not style choices, it feels.
When the Ninetales go out and they do certain missions, it's very clear that they know exactly what they're doing.
Some might say they don't, because they don't know how to look at you or aim, you know what I'm saying?
That they've trained, that they've actually
they've trained.
done drills for.
But they wear random pieces of armor. You wouldn't have training then.
For the exact situation that they're going into.
When the Ninetales debuted in Terra, it was a very big, splashy kind of attack on a prison transport where they captured a syndicate boss,
killed a bunch of Terra police to do it,
only to execute him 2 days later with a shot in the head, and everyone was very confused.
Do you think the writers for this game are like strapped into a copium tank? It's like, what shall we make up today? Oh, I've got this great idea. I was smoking the best weed last night. You'll love it. So the Ninetales, they came into Terra to debut, and they attacked this convoy, which was holding a syndicate guard, and they took over the ship. They hijacked it. They took the guard away, or this crime boss, and then 2 days later, for no reason, they executed it, and then their mother came round for dinner. You know what I mean? It's just like, what fucking drugs do you have to be ingesting to come up with stuff like this? You know, it's just so random. It makes no sense.
They're audacious, they're bold, they're violent, and they're good at what they do.
Again, you really need to play the game to see that they're not very good.
Over the past few years, the Ninetales has started to terrorize.
There's my fucking proof. There's my proof. There's my proof. He couldn't even fucking hit him the first volley.
Has started to.
Oh my god! He just fucking sprays above. Holy shit! I just fucking said. Oh my god, that is amazing. That is award-winning. These guys are highly trained. They took over Terra. They're criminals. Ooh, they can't even kill a fucking civilian kneel down. Watch.
The Ninetales has started to terrorize.
He fucking sprays up. He sprays above the guy. That's amazing. And then obviously the shots go here, but watch this. Let's see if we can slow this down. This is priceless. Here we go. Give me this. We're gonna be watching this area here, okay? Look. He fucking sprays everywhere above him. And does it. Fuck. Oh yeah, they're highly trained. They're totally deadly. Oh my god. That's brilliant.
Terrorize the Stanton system around Crusader.
Using Grimhex as their sort of current base of operations.
Oh, it's so good.
If you've gone to Grimhex, you've seen their tags.
They want you to know who they are, so you know who you're messing with. They kind of advertise because it's a warning of like, hey, don't mess with me, because
don't mess with me because I can't aim. I have Stormtrooper aiming.
A lot of people who are playing the game, they're in with the Ninetales is through Rudo, who's a criminal fixer operating in Grimhex.
He has his own agenda too, but he does hire out for the Ninetales.
So when the Ninetales don't want to risk their own members or need a little extra help on a job, they contact Rudo, and Rudo puts them in touch with people in the know, and that way they don't have to work with them directly. They don't have to expose their organization. Rudo arranges everything, and he has his own level of protection, talking through the holograms and all kind of that keeps a buffer between his clients and the operators he hires.
I quite like this about criminal kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Like, it's very shady. I don't deal with Ruto because my boy Vaughn, you know what I mean? They don't like each other.
Outside of potentially picking up missions for the Ninetales from Rudo, you might have run into them if you helped clear out a blockade at a space station, a lockdown event, dynamic event that happened a few months ago, where the Ninetales gang basically moved in a giant kind of like dampener, a quantum dampener, to an area around a space station, which meant quantum traveling in and out of that area was restricted.
Since the Ninetales did their lockdown across the system of these rest stops, they may seem like they've been a little bit quiet.
Which has kind of made some happy around Crusader, because the gang has been a constant thorn in the side of the company for years. There was a really big fear that during the Fleet Week event at Orison...
I love this. I was watching Detox last night, and when they talk about this, they have it where they now have in lore a reason why the servers were fucking up for us, right? Because this is what it is. They're like, Crusader were worried they were coming for the Invictus event, but they never showed up, because literally the servers couldn't handle the event.
That the Ninetales might...
So they've just made up this lore to be like, right, well, whenever servers fuck.
Their silence isn't treated as a good thing by everyone within the company. There's some deep fear.
Because in Free 17.2, when it works, they will come.
Kind of going quiet and kind of stepping back out activity for the past few weeks could be a symbol of something bigger to come.
Yes.
I would say that the officials at Orison are a bit on edge about what the Ninetales are up to right now.
Oh dear, oh dear.
The Ninetales are becoming perennial adversaries to the good, hardworking people.
Man, the lower team are fucking cracks, man.
PTU may already be aware, are currently building up their forces for a potential new assault in the coming weeks when Alpha 317-2 comes online.
There you go. See, Jared says it right,
throughout the rest of this month. But what about those in lives outside of the dangers and controversies of combat? For space truckers and the like, the commodity kiosk is where small fortunes can be made, and it's one of the last remaining systems still unconverted to building blocks. Until now. Now let's take a look at a still very nascent work converting this system and ensuring a few quality of life fixes players have asked for.
I can't wait for like all the UIs to be updated and all that jazz.
As part of the upcoming cargo refactor, this was the perfect time to go back and update the old commodity kiosk UI. The core philosophy for the rework is tell the player what's going on above all else, so that they can make their informed decisions and plan for the future. The commodity kiosk is the method that players use when they are trying to load cargo onto their ship so that they can trade between locations, etc. It is a kiosk that is often situated in either a trade and development district or in the admin office of a space station or outpost or something like that. We like that the current commodity kiosk is stable. Other than that, honestly, the layout of it does a lot to actually harm our gameplay. It does not show commodities on it when they are out of stock, or when they are full stock, or when the player doesn't have it in their ship. Essentially, a lot of times players will say, you have removed X from this shop, or X shop is not working, when in reality it's just that someone on another server has recently interacted with that shop, and as a result, it's looking like it basically has nothing in it. The biggest thing that we're going to be changing is that if an item
I always
is
love
at
the
full
Crusader
and you are trying
Sunrise
to sell
of
to the shop,
Portal
it
SR.
will
It's so
still
fucking
show
cool, man.
as in the inventory. If an item is empty, as in someone has purchased all of it, we will just show it on there as being empty.
So obviously this is the prototype that they're working on. So we have you on the left, and obviously they've got the colors where they're just, it's dev stuff right now. And then the pink on the other side. So this is what I couldn't see on Detox's stream. So they've got that. Right, it's just basically buying that, you're moving that wee slider across. But how do you tell if there's nothing there?
You will be able to go to a shop and know exactly what it is going to normally buy and sell in order to plan your trade routes and such, even if currently the shop is not in a state where it can trade in that commodity. We're also going to be showing things that are in your ship, but the shop doesn't want or can't want or considers illegal, so that you can know that there's not a bug occurring, basically.
These are good things.
So that you can see that, yes, I do in fact have quite a bit of iron in my hold.
I kind of feel like, I know this is just prototype, but I kind of feel like where it says the numbers needs to be a little bit more understandable. Like you just have 1 and then 1, 2, 3. What is 1? What is 1, 2, 3?
And
so I
it's
hope
not
that comes
missing,
out.
something hasn't gone
with a little
wrong,
bit
it's
of
just that this shop
detail.
doesn't trade in that particular commodity. We are also
I
going
like
to
the wee
do
symbols,
a
though.
little bit
They're
of
pretty
a
cool.
visual tweak. We're going to create a few variations.
Wee
There's gonna
symbols?
be, if you're in Grimhex, kind
Like you see here, for like the medical signs, iron, so like for metals, they actually have their own one, and then right at the top you can see for, you know, I can't even say that word, but like, crops and stuff like that. I really like that they've, and then you can't see here, but there's like a little drug one there.
of a hacked version that looks a little bit more cruddy. If you're in the trade and development district or one of the more fancy areas to buy commodities, then we will have a bit more of a showroom floor, fancy Godiva chocolate looking thing. It's intended to kind of give a little bit more flavor, but also to emphasize to you that the feel of the commodities that you are trading in at that location.
I mean, what I like about it is it's very simple, where you have the UI, you understand the UI, or you'll get to the point where you understand the UI, but then they just change the colors of it, or like with Grim Hex where it fuzzies it out and stuff, and it just gives you that sort of feeling that you're in a different location, but where you're not having to memorize what a UI is at a certain location. You just go, right, I know exactly how it is. It's just it's different colors. I like that way they're doing that.
Help is coming.
Because, yeah,
So what did we learn this week?
you don't want to love to
Well,
learn
we
it.
learned more about who and what the Ninetales are, how they operate, what their intentions might be for the stand system and the like, and that commodity kiosks are currently getting some much-needed quality of life improvements for traders. And it's also
But we
a
need
very good
more,
time
like,
to
in
make your
Moby
feedback
Glass and
known
stuff
up
as
on
well.
Spectrum. Now, don't forget, this weekend is First Contact Day, as well as the newly anointed
Man, the Austin
International-
one, I have to say, the Austin, Texas place looks fucking sick, man. That looks so good. Also, the
Bar
Montreal
Citizen
one looks really
weekend.
nice.
Be sure you check
Bar
out the
there.
robertspaceindustriescom website for details on the when and where of this weekend's events. And we'll be back here.
Ooh, the Frankfurt one as well. That's like a fucking cool wee beer garden kind of thing. I like the tree going in between it. The trees, I should say, used as like shelter from the sun. That's good.
Here
That's
next
cool.
week for this year's Alien Week festivities with a look at the current progress inside of the
Alien
brand new
Week.
Merchantman. For Inside Star Citizen,
I can't
I'm
wait.
Jared Huckabee. This is the 8th floor of the Manchester Goods Yard building, 2nd floor of our new UK offices overall, and where most of the the Squadron 42 team
Look how many lifts you have in this building, like, it's
currently
nuts.
expected to be. I can't wait to just bug Nate Dearsley every single day. See y'all next week.
Cool building. It is a cool building. Thank you very much, Jared and team. I appreciate that. Yeah, the quality of life stuff is looking really good. Really good. I hope we get more UI for like party and stuff in the coming months, year, whatever. You know what I mean? Definitely feel like after you've got mining and you've got the quality of life for like trading sorted, salvaging sorted, they really need to update the the window for what's it called? Yeah, update the window for party markers, you know, maybe add some splash of color and stuff like that would be really cool. Would be really cool. Alright, let's get down to some gameplay, guys. What do you guys feel about the video? Apart from the Ninetales meme stuff, I'm actually looking forward to the Ninetales event that's coming out in 3.17.2. If you guys don't know, it's basically on Orison. It's kind of like a shooty event. So you have Xenofret, which is in space, and you're moving things. Then you've got the Ninetales one, which is kind of like, again, jump towns on the ground. This one's another FPS one, which I like them splitting it up that way. I'm not a big fan of dynamic events per se. You know what I mean? I prefer organic, natural engagements within any video game that's like this. But I do appreciate when this kicks off because it gives people a little bit more to do. Oh, Skyborn's on it this time. Holy crap. That guy's a machine. And other things like that, so yeah. I'll have a wee shot of it. Again, I don't really do that much FPSing. But yeah, I would love to maybe camp it out. I don't know, maybe help the Ninetales. I wonder if you can actually help the Ninetales. I never got a shot of it on PTU because it was always they were always doing a test at like super late EU time to for me, so didn't shake this well enough. There we go. But yeah. Also, there's a new burger box place opened up in the village for the holidays, and going to be trying it tonight for the first time, and I am excited because obviously I'm down to only eating in a small window. Eat all my calories in a small window whilst I'm doing this intermittent fasting. So looking forward to trying out something a little bit different than just chicken and broccoli. Whew. Or chicken and asparagus. It seems to have been designed especially for one-sided PvE event. I don't know if they might have any changes. Oh, did it not have any PvP? Oh. I thought when you went to a certain area there was no comms. My arch. Do you remember that when you played it? Were there actual comms or were there comms down? Because obviously comms down means that people can get involved. Do you know what I'm saying? You could PvP, but the system was marking up players, made it a bit cheesy to do. Ah. Alright, okay. Well, I guess we'll just have to see. We'll have to see then. That's a shame. I was hoping that you could side with Ninetales, but I guess you can't. Boo! This will need to be reclaimed.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Welcome. Goodbye.
Let's see if I can do this fast enough. How fast are we? The master of the clicker.
Your insurance.
There we go. I am too fast, too furious for this game.
Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
You could only take a mission for blue, but it gave you a marker for all blue players, so you could take the mission, play red. Like I said, a bit cheesy. Damn it! Oh well, we'll have to see. Maybe they've adapted it a little bit because obviously it's been held back a few weeks, month, kind of jazz. And hope for the best. You know what I'm saying? Let's hope for the best. Because okay. I was kind of hoping there would be like ways to ambush players, you know, if they're playing for the blue side, you know what I mean? Like I know a lot of people don't like PvP and combat in general, but there needs to always be the ability to play for the other faction, you know? It can't always be where you're UE-sided, I feel. Like, I understand that for Stanton, because obviously we're in a UE system, but you know what I mean? Like, in Pyro, I hope there's more stuff where you choose to be part of, like, Ninetales or another criminal organization, syndicate, or something like that, so that'll be cool.
You are clear to launch.
Ooh. Ooh. Wait. There's a box here. Did somebody ram into that rock?
Thank you. Please visit again.
There is. Well. Time for us just to take a little step outside. Hey, it's Hammer. Welcome in. Dark Neon. There seems to be some swag here. Beggars can't be choosers, right, chat? Let's have a look to see what's inside box number 1. Holy mother of backpacks! And fruit. Backpacks and fruit. Oh, there's some shot. They're mods. S71, you know, I don't really care about ammo. I guess this is just empty. Somebody's been a backpack salesman? Alright. And where's it here? Oh, yes, they must have smashed into this rock. Holy shit! It's a red armor! It's a red armor! Fuck yeah! How can we do this, chat? Oh, this is gonna be so dodgy. So dodgy. Here we go. It's a fucking red armor from Hearthstone. Yoink. Man, I love it when a plan comes together. We'll just store this right now before we go out. Nothing like making a couple of 100k worth of gear. Is that good armor? So it's the armor in the game where you have to kill a Hurston Guard boss. It's hammer. So a lot of people would have to go criminal to get this armor, which obviously a huge amount of the community do not like to go red. So this thing sells to people who play blue for like 100, 200k. And yeah. Also, it's got credit cards and everything in it. I've got the backpack. I don't really care about the backpack, but we do have a Demico, which does have mods on it. So I don't really care about the backpack. We have, like, some things here. So, again, what I'm going to do is just store the stuff I don't want in the backpack. So I'm going to chuck the backpack. Like, I don't care about this. This is probably a tractor beam that works. I don't need that. I'm going to take the credit cards, though. And then again, like, this is somebody going for a nice food run kind of situation, right? But this red armor here, this is what people spend money on. And we have we also have a S38. I'm just gonna put that in the backpack as well, because I don't really like that gun. You know what I mean? Like, that's just an instant couple 100k sold to people. No, I don't want that. I need that. Need the med pens. I don't think those, yeah, they will stay. Being a little bit picky of what it does. Again, this is where CIG need to change this stuff to actually be grabbable. You know what I mean? So yeah, we'll put the... I don't think there's anything more. We'll put the backpack on the ground because, again, I don't want it. Put the arms in. And we get the undersuit as well, which is really good. Full red armor. That would have been easily somebody buying it unless they're doing it. But I guess because of the cards and stuff, they're just doing it that way. Right, so I'll just go and... Oh, my undersuit is outside. So this is where, like, I really wish you had the ability to grab things a little bit easier off people's bodies. You didn't have to do the undersuit trick. I'll check myself in. Actually, no. Again, the easiest way for this, let's just quickly do this. This is where we really need like an undersuit buying thing. So we'll quickly do this, because the other one's ready to go anyway. So we'll claim, and then unfortunately, with the form of cheese, we're just going to do this to get my undersuit back. Again, once they make it where these items, so a lot of the time, armor, helmets and stuff are so heavy that they don't fit inside backpacks, and this is really bad for a looting game where you're like, I have to drop all my gear to grab some other gear. That's not good for the game. So once they've got it where you can put like a full set of armor in a backpack and it's maybe just stored that way, then people won't need to do this method that I've just done to get another undersuit. They'll literally just grab the backpack and store everything in it, and then you don't have to do the kill yourself method to get your undersuit back, you know what I mean? Yes, I could go and buy another suit, but you know what I mean. I don't want to have loads of things opening up here. And the arrow as well hasn't despawned, which is really interesting because normally it does. Very interesting. Might not even be able to get into this, we'll see. You could have stored it. Oh shit! I forgot. I forgot about that. Yeah, I can't get into it. I completely forgot about that missile. Thank you, yeah. I could have just dragged it into Grim Hex. Okay. Well, anyway, my description on, again, what needs to go down.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Stand by.
Yeah. But again, if you're out in the open, my arch, there needs to be a better way to, you know what I mean, store like at least one armor, you know. It is annoying, yeah. But again, it's a placeholder, it'll be worked on. Hey Matrix Gear, welcome in, Chief. Hope you're well. So yeah, it'll get, you know, updated. It might be where you can like shift left click, shift right click or something like that, missile. That's gonna be amazing if it does. Because there are like, short keys are missing from the inventory system, it feels like. Like instantly being able to stack your weapons or something, you know. That is tasty. Waiting for that, yeah. I mean, you gotta think of it. There's a lot of things in this game that are just placeholders. And when they actually get the time to do all the kind of like UI and stuff like that, it's gonna look so good, man. But one thing, I don't play Tarkov, but I've watched a bit of Tarkov. They need to have it where when you've got your weapons, you can like spin them, you know what I mean? Like you do in Tarkov, you've got the ability to like rack up the guns down the side or something like that. That would be really cool. They're all going well, thank you, Matrix. Hey, Puppeteer. Oh, the memes, the memes. Who do we have here? We got an Andromeda. Got an Andromeda. I think it's just landing though. Man, well that's a great start to today. That's a good couple 100k in the bank. I'll probably just sell it only for 100k though. Not that I need the money, but you know, I do like my Emporium stuff. No, I did all the emotes last night, Puppeteer. No. All the only, the one Jice has done is, TDL Goose. TDL Goose is the one Jice has done for the channel. But, he's been sending me them, but the problem with him sending them is I can't update them or do anything with it. So I basically just, you know, use my camera and all that jazz and, took the poses that he made for me and then obviously did it on the camera without streaming and stuff like that. I was restocking on Hurston armors yesterday and every time I landed at my spot, my SC game crashed. After 5 times I had enough. Yeah, there have been a few locations I've noticed that you do crash in this game. And I don't know why that is. I guess it's just something to do with the latest patch that maybe like a shader or something like that is not intact. I don't know. Alright, let's go to... I don't think we're gonna... Well, actually, we'll do a flyby. We'll quickly see if there's anything here. And then, because nighttime is... Where are we on here? Daytime is coming up. Actually... Since there's nothing here, let's quickly just check on the time. And then we will dash past outposts. See if we can get some more. Yes, it's quite a big amount of time. So it's just gone in. Where's Crusader then? Where's that not popping up? Here, okay. Right, it's a little bit longer than I thought. Anyway, we can go to... Let's check out Prashad. Prashad. Envy, security. I might be in the sun. Maybe going down though. Yeah, something like that, but 5 times turning off satellite. Oh yeah. use my little turtle ship using the terrapin. That's a good one, yeah. Terrapin is a little chunky monkey. It's really good for certain things. I really wish that they had made multiple versions of the terrapin, because I still think if you took off the scanning suite, it would be a perfect little, you know, mini cargo ship. It looks really good, you know. I just ordered the slide rail and joystick mounts. The wait begins. Nice, dude. Have you got mounts already, Heretic? Because obviously, just to let you guys know that Monster Tech are bringing out conversion kits if you've already got clamps and you want to move to rails. So, yeah. And obviously there is a big waiting list. It's like, what, 8 weeks or something like that right now, because everyone is going nuts over rails. You know when you get made to come to a halt and scan ship, what happens if they find something they don't like? I actually don't know. I've never been in that situation at Hammer because I generally don't stop. You know what I mean? When you're a criminal, you don't stop. Right. So that is it. Okay, so we're gonna line up. We're gonna go to that place that we went to yesterday. Let's see what it's like in Taintum. I don't know actually. I'm not sure if there is actually a mechanic for it. There might be. It might just give you like a crime stat, or they tell you to turn in and stuff like that. I love to use the rails, but it won't work with my desk, and I don't want to drill in my height adjustable desk. Yeah, that's very true, yeah. Ah, right. Nice puppeteer. There you go. And then it's to the right here. Over this way. There she is. Look at that. The canyons. We'll head a bit more. I think it's this way. Let me just get a bit of height to see. Yeah. It's over here. This is where we found yesterday. This is awesome, man. I'm just gonna check to see the distance, because it was like, what, 60? Oh no, we're not even there yet. Yeah, so it must be a little bit further. It was here. Look at this. This is what I was showing off yesterday. This is so cool, man. I'm so glad I found this yesterday. This is one hell of a skate park for planes. Look at the rocks just like floating around on the edges. This is definitely like your cannonball run. Lots of canyons. Then you've got the mountains to play at. So I think, yeah, 60 away. So roughly in this area. That's cool. Obviously we don't have long because it will get dark. But later on today I want to spend a full like cycle round here. But look at this. Look how narrow it gets, then into an invert to go through into the next one, down, dead end on this one. Actually no, it goes into just a ridge line, push through. I think we're on the outskirts of it as well, so yeah, we can actually bring ourselves down. Actually more this way if you look at it. Big canyon run, which is awesome. It's like all the way down there. Lots of intertwining. If there's any more this way. Yeah, it's a lot, eh? Look at that. Again, I just can't wait till CIG make these sort of things much higher. You know, I would love to, where you have to go in and it's big canyons. Big canyons. Having actually dogfighting in a canyon where you're going in, and I'm talking about where it's like 10 times this, where you feel like you've gone into the ground and or the ground's raised up massively, it's tight space and you gotta fly around and like dodge, and somebody would fly around and you maybe go this way, you know, something like that. That would be so dope. They smash into the wall, and maybe where you have like an outpost as well, which makes it harder for bigger ships to come in and do stuff. That would be cool. I was doing first time setup, so everything is new. Nice, nice, nice. It's so easy to set up, by the way, dude. They've got these well detailed instruction manuals, so you won't get instruction manuals with it, by the way. It's just a box of disposable cardboard that you can recycle, and then obviously with your items in it, and you'll find all the manuals on their website. And it's so easy, man, so easy. The only thing I would suggest is if you don't have somebody to help you with connecting the rail to your desk, is maybe purchase some clamps. You know, like just DIY clamps where you can just clamp the rail to the desk first and then drill it, because that was my mistake where I had to hold the rail with one hand, put a screw on top of the drill and hold it like that because I didn't have anyone to help me out at the time. And it was a mission, an absolute fucking mission to do it that way. So, yeah, I would definitely recommend, if you don't have that, some clamps to hold it in place. And if you've got like one of those chipboard kind of desks, then I would probably suggest reinforcing it somehow. But if again, like you really need like a hardwood desk to make it work, because of the extra weight and stuff. But once you've got it, dude, it's a totally different world, you know? You feel like you've gone on a magic carpet with Aladdin. It's that good. It's that good, you know? I love it though. Like, I'm very papa blessed that Monster Tech sent me the rail system. We got the tweet out about it as well. I'm looking forward to when they bring out the conversion kits, because I know a lot of people they've already got clamps and they want to move to the rail system, but they're just waiting for the conversions to come out, because that saves you a huge amount of money if you don't, because right now they only have the full models that you can buy. And I would highly, highly, highly suggest, if you already have the clamps, to wait. Look at this, man. Look at this run. That is a jagged rock run. Whew. Good rock formation. This is what I like on Daymar, is when you have this kind of stuff. This is the best textures, and I don't know why CIG just don't cover the whole place with this kind of stuff. Hey, White Hand, how you doing, Chief? Pro as well. What are these rails? Exclamation mark Monster Tech Pro. Basically, here I've got my mount system on a rail slider, so I'm not going to do it just now, but I could literally unscrew 2 bolts here and slide this all the way down here without having to take things off. So Monster Tech have this new system that's really, really fucking cool. So yeah, you can check out on their website by just going to our thing, and if you use code TDL, you also get some discount as well. Some discount. Are you east or west of that base? Oh, you're trying to find this place, White Hand. Right, so we found it last night, just by random accident. You warp from Yella. This is the easiest way to do it. Yella to Daymar to Prashat. Turn 180 and look at Brio Breaker Yard. And in between Brio Breaker Yard and the Comray, you head 60 kilometers out, which might be direction 120. I didn't actually look at it this morning, or when I just got in just now. And when you go 60 kilometers out, 65 out, you have this mountain range that's very easy to see, by the way. It's the only mountain range, and in between the mountain range and around it is these insane canyon runs, and I've not seen it this good in the game, you know, where I can actually find this location, because this is not an easy, like what you see around Shubin, where you've got the flats. This has a huge amount of like technicality, where you'll have to dive through at different angles if you want to do things. Obviously, if you're at speed. If you're doing the typical slow, zero reaction speeds method, you know what I mean? You've got the easiness, but when we're blasting the sands, you've got it's like there, you would have to shift right and then shift left. And at high speed, that's going to be very, very technical. So it's really, really good stuff here. Unfortunately, we've caught it at the start of the stream where the sun is going down. So we are going to get into the danger part about it, because shadows are going to create uncertainty. We kind of need high sun to try out a lot of this, but we'll come back to it. I wish you could bookmark, because it would make finding locations like this so much easier, and then if you could share the location with somebody so they can then bookmark it, it'd be amazing, because then you could obviously sell bookmarks in the future for prime location spots that maybe somebody doesn't know about. So yeah, it's really good. Lots of windy rocks. Then you've got the mountain range if you want to do some pushing into it, through the valleys, all this stuff. It is really, really good, this place. I would say it's definitely taken my top spot over Shubin now. Just because of what you have around here, you've got really good rock formations. And this is what I would like to see more of Daymar looking like. A bit more kind of canyony, not the white rocks. The white rocks on Daymar are very, very bad. They just don't go with the setting of this place at all. And I really wish CIG would just replace everything with this kind of texture area. Maybe change the color tone on it a little bit, darker, lighter. But when you've got these rocks, it just, look at that. Look at the density of rocks as well. So again, when you're coming into a canyon, you've got a bit more to play with. Not just a simple straight run, angle, go this way, angle up, into a bank, round the corner, dive back down again. There's a lot more for people to do here than any other place I've looked at. Alright, I'll show you. Check. Right, so the best way to do this would be... Let me quickly do this before we are out of light. I am going to warp mid to yellow, and then I'll turn back around and show you guys. So basically, like, the way I've found the easiest way to find it would be you're coming from yellow. So we're heading to Daymar from yellow, and then we're going to warp to Security Post Prashad. Now, when you warp to Security Prashad, obviously you're going to be 20 kilometers-ish off Prashad, okay? So this dark way, it's very near Shubin, basically, so it's going to be sort of to the left on the rotation. And when you warp there, I'll go for the next part. We do have a clip out recently that shows it if anyone needs it. It's like the latest clip that was made. So, it's already made. When we go here, we're going to turn 180. And obviously, because we're not on the outpost, we're 20 away from it, we're only going to go 40 kilometers. Just remember that. It's 60 when you're actually on Prashad, and it's going to be 40. 40-ish. I mean, again, guys, you're going to be able to see. Hey, Vinny Vega. Thank you very much, that dude. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, sir. Cheers so much. Hope you're done well. So yeah, you come to Prashad, right? And you can see that there's a mountain range at Prashad. You can see that there's a mountain range here. But look at all the canyon stuff that we've got here. And obviously, Brio Breaker Yard is going to be a little icon. You then got Yella, if it's in the rotation, and then you've got the Comrade. But you can see here, there is the mountain range, and it's very easy to see because, again, if you're scanning the whole way, there isn't any mountain range. So the easiest way is if you are warped to Prashad, and there's Prashad, you're going to be 20 kilometers away. You can see that there's a mountain range directly behind Prashad. That's a really good area, don't get me wrong. It's where I've been flying a lot, it's good. But then you have here to the left, which is really good, and then where I was flying just now is at the back. That's how easy it is to find. It's literally, when you're 180 from Prashad, it's the furthest away mountain range, kind of like 120-ish, and just head to here. You don't really need a distance, just basically go down here. You can see the canyons already. See all this, like, this area here? This is the texture for canyons in the game. And you can already see how technical it is down here, with lots of crisscross paths and stuff. The Manga Lloyd? Oh, Lloyd? Hope I'm saying that right. Welcome in, Chief. How you doing? So you go down here and look at the canyons that you've got. So if you're somebody like myself who likes these sort of in the canyons, down, it gives a little bit of skill. So look at the crossover here. We have literally a hard left that will bank us down, or you could have gone right. And it's going to head the same line, but this is obviously going to be tighter turns. But look, you'll come out. If you had gone right, you would have come out down here, and they both come out the same line and go down into the next canyon, where then you would basically go, do I go the high route or do I go the lower route? And this is where it gets really, really fucking cool. So the high ground would have been more flatter, the low ground's going to give you more challenge at speed. Diving down here, again, the high ground would have taken you into this ridge. You could have gone left or right. So any way you go, you're always following the same path. And this is what's so important with these kind of runs, if you can find them, is the challenge is that you don't need to memorize it. And even if you, like, you keep coming back to the same location, you know? Daymar to Prashad, yeah, Vinny Vega. Literally found it yesterday, and unfortunately for the second time, we're out of light. But like I said, you warp to Prashad, you will then look at Prashad, okay? And behind Prashad is a mountain range. That's not it. You look to the left, there's a mountain range that's below you. That's not it. All you do is 180 and head towards the far mountain range, and there's only 3 mountain ranges in the area, so it's very easy to find. And this place has the most insane flight park that you'll play with. I would say this is the best location on Daymar to low fly, because you've got canyon runs that are very hardcore. You've also got them very easy if somebody's starting off. So it's like a different level of skate park. And then if you're somebody who likes mountain ranges and going round it and doing invert flips or falling leaves or anything like that, you have all this location. And it doesn't have the nasty white rocks either though. So really, really cool location. We're gonna have to wait again for the sun to come up. So that's in like, what, 2 or 3 hours, an hour, something like that. I can't remember the time of Daymar. But yeah, we need to try and catch this right at the start. It's a really, really good place. So the thing is, you can go to Shubin and sort of like get a warm-up, and then you would go to Prashad the moment it starts getting like the light dipping and stuff. Yeah, I can show you what a falling leaf is. So falling leaf is basically a maneuver that only 5th generation fighters can do in modern day. And what it is using, basically with 5th generation fighters, they have the ability to kind of use maneuvering thrusters and change the vector of thrusters to do certain things. Obviously they are more using aerodynamics and just a main thruster to push around, but we're in a spaceship which allows us to do it. And the easiest way to show it is literally in decouple. You're going to the side and you're yawing, and that is the falling leaf there, where we're just literally yawing as we free fall. You're basically bringing up your ship to like a sideways and you're just spinning around. But obviously in modern day, because we don't have side thrusters and stuff like that, they're basically vectoring their engine and using stuff to do that. And it's really, really cool to see. I can actually, whilst we're cruising here, guys, let me just cruise up. And I'll show you what it is off a 5th gen. 5th gen fighter falling leaf. Yep, so here we go. There we go. There's a falling leaf. Watch it just... There you go. There's falling leaf. Oh, they cut it. So these things are insane. The F-22, the F-35 are just absolutely bonkers. This video quality is, whatever. See how it's vectoring here? And then it's just gonna go... Pff. It's like, what the fuck, man? What the utter fuck? It just goes... hovering, and then it just goes... Whoop, it fucking goes vert. It's amazing. The F-22 is just the most insane thing. Absolutely insane. Let's see if we can get a falling leaf, though. So this is going to be, what did they say it's going to be? Okay, let's see. Is it J turn into... What did it say? That's a falling leaf there. See how it's just falling? And then it rotates around? So it just stops in midair and just spins. And then gets back on track. It's like... The fuck? Gorgeous plane. Absolutely gorgeous plane. Let's see if we can see another one here. This looks like a Cobra, maybe? See the little rudders, like little legs basically holding up, man. And then it just dives down, man. There we go, straight into an vert. Ice cream van. Look at it just sort of like floating in the air. It's crazy. And then just falls and then gathers again. See if we can try and more falling leaf. I think there's only just one bit in this video. Maybe here. J-turn harvest more. Because this thing can literally 180 whilst it's drifting. Right, so that's not... I'm trying to see if they actually do a fallen leaf. Or like a full fallen leaf for you guys. Here we go. Free fall floating into a falling leaf. So this is what I do in the game all the time. I think it's just one of the most coolest fucking things to see. So he's gonna go into a free fall and then falling leaf it. Is there one of the Raptor rubber horse with the cockpit open the doorway? I don't know, I don't think so. No, this is the falling leaf now. So this is a free fall, it's falling and it's just gonna, there we go, into the fallen leaf. This thing is falling and just rotating as it falls. In a, like a controlled spiral down. How crazy is that, man? Hey, Detox, how you doing? Welcome in, sir. So you can actually do this in Star Citizen. It requires you to go decouple, and it requires you to basically have very good yaw control. And this is why I have yaw on my pedals, like a jet fighter, because it allows you to actually do these precise movements and get into the actual fall. So again, this guy goes into an invert dive, and he is literally off the throttle and free falling now. So there's the free fall. This plane is just falling out the sky, and he's literally using yaw control, and because of the vectoring of the thrusters, it makes the fallen leaf falling down. And only 5th generation fighters can do this. Like if you take up a fucking prop plane, it can't do this. And it's only because the engine's vector. So it's kind of like what we have with Star Citizen. You can do some of these things, and they are very, very useful in certain situations. So if we go back down, because obviously we've got a cruise, because we don't want bounty hunters just to kill us and stuff. But you can see that literally our ships have the ability to do 5th generation movement. The problem is it's also a little bit kind of fakery, you know what I mean? So let's go down to where are we at just now? Garden, Bounty. I don't really want to go into the darker sides. Eager Flats is going to be in the dark. Sun's coming up in a bit, so we'll just go something simple just now. Yeah, we'll go here. That. Oh, I really hate the flats here. It'll work for what I'm wanting to show. It looks like a duck. Well, the F-22 looks like a duck, you saying? Pedal yaw. I know. But there is method to the madness, Detox, because again, since I spend all the time in atmosphere, when CIG actually implement proper air control and stuff like that, you will find that yaw control on pedals does make things a lot more easier for set things to do. So there is a method in my madness. So yeah, if we're coming here, basically, we're going to decouple, because again, most of the time you'll see me flying in decouple now, because only for the very tight straights will I go into couple to keep the precision of. But you can see here, we're free falling right now, even though it's done with thrusters, and they're into a sideways falling leaf. Vector indicate, and then push round. So you literally have the ability to do this at a slower speed, but it's also very, very good if, like, say somebody's chasing you and you have good speed control. You can bring up here and you can basically shift somebody into a crosshair where if they're not sure on it, they will not be able to follow in your movement, or they dive really, really slowly into it. So it doesn't work against like a sweaty arena commander pilot, because again, there is not much difference in flight. But if somebody is not used to atmosphere, you can use basically fallen leaf to slow yourself down, but also keep the movement erratic, and then it saves you on the afterburner. All afterburner pushing at this stage in, and it gives you the high G push basically. So it allows you to use momentum to keep the speed of the ship going, but makes it a little bit more difficult to actually aim on the pip as it moves. And it looks pretty fucking cool when it happens. But you can also do the other vector thing that, if you actually see here, that 5th generations do. Obviously all ships in the game can do it, but simulating it is very easy. So say for example you've got the F-22 comes in here, it's doing this stuff where it's pulsing. As we saw at the start of the video, the F-22 just basically did this and went. And obviously there's not many fighters that can do that in modern day. We get the ability to do it in Star Citizen because obviously right now we have everything faked around the maneuvering thrusters. Now with the changes that are meant to be coming with atmosphere flight, you have to take into consideration, and this is what I was saying to you last night, Detox, that eventually down the line, your side strafes, your up strafes, and your down strafes with the new system will all be the same amount of Gs. And the reason for that is, if you look at them, there's no difference in the thrusters from the top to the bottom. So having a fake stat or a fake G, we can see here. If I left strafe, it's 2.8. If I down strafe, it's 2.9. If I up strafe, it's 5.2. How? How does the same thruster that pushes you left, right, up and down magically go differently? You know what I mean? Without overheating and doing these things. So when we have the new atmosphere stuff where you won't be able to do this anymore, we had this initially and then people didn't like the system, but you have to understand that doing this would require so much pressure on your reversing thrusters to hold you like this, and it's the same when we're hovering like this. People take into account, oh, it's just maneuvering thrusters. Yes, but they're very small. They're very tiny little thrusters. To hold an arrow up still in even a light gravity requires a stupid amount of burn. And this is where the new changes will take into account that you're not just going to be able to do this stuff. And when I talk about low flyers, where all the low flyers that go super slow with their noses down will not be able to do this in the future with aerodynamics and control surfaces, because you will be putting so much pressure on your little engines that you will just nosedive into the ground, because you're not going to have the ability to just fucking doing this shit. You know what I mean? It will not work when they actually put in proper aerodynamics and flashbangs. That really needs to fix. So in the future, we will have it where in atmosphere with controlled surfaces, you are going to be doing a lot more banking, but right now we depend on upstrafe to get us round faster. You're not going to have that ability. You're not going to have that ability. Upstrafe in atmosphere will not be like what it will be in space. When these changes come in, you'll have it when you go under SEM. So I was explaining this to Detox last night, where under SEM, and this is the prime example of it. We're in SEM speed. If I yaw, just by using my pedals, you can yaw all the way around, because you're in a controllable rate where the main thruster is not pushing you any major speed, so your maneuvering thrusters can actually counter it. This is going to change again in the future, where even that might be too fast for your maneuvering thrusters to just turn you around whilst you're moving in direction. If we take it off and we go into the red, you can see here that by yawing, it starts to snap back. The faster we go, the smaller the gap is, and this is what is called as flight lag in real life. And we have it in game, where I'm yawing now and you see the snapback, you're seeing the tension. This is because the little engines can't push back on the main thruster when it gets up to speed. And this was a big change that we had initially when maneuvering thrusters do not have the same push as behind. And you're going to see this again change in the future. This is where, like, for example, people that highly depend on upstrafing to get on the aim, it's going to eventually go, because CIG cannot do the magic of, right, this thruster will give you more upstrafe, but the exact same thruster that is used doesn't push you sideways. You know what I mean? Because it is the exact same thruster. You can see it pivot. So whatever I use for upstrafe, you can see on the left there, if I actually use it to go left, you see it's the top thruster and the down thruster. Why does it only do 2 Gs? If that same thruster pushes you 5 up, you would be pushing like 3-4 Gs sideways. Because if you're cocktailing the ones that push you down, so we've got a 3G push that pushes you down. We've got a 5G push that pushes you up. And we go to the left, it's 2.8? That makes no sense. It's fake. And this is where you'll lose your ability to upstrafe, downstrafe, sidestrafe with different numbers. Yeah, exactly. But again, this is where, like, you would not go down to half of what these things would do. It would be at least 4 pushing you, being able to do it. Because again, you've got the main thruster also working. So when these little engines overheat more, you're not going to have the same thing going up in that. Your ship is also technically using the math thrusters to keep it up while strafing side though. That's why you don't get as many G's pushing it in one direction. Yes, but I know, but you're combining the two engines though, Detox. That's what I'm saying, the numbers are off. The numbers are massively off because they want you to be able to roll and upstrafe, you know? It's tricording, it's basically using free movements to tricord. So strafe left, up, forward, and then you use roll and pitch to basically bring it around. And that's how you get the 14 Gs that I'm doing just now, with no effect, 15 Gs, you know? There's zero downside to it. That's why PvPers use it right now. Because it doesn't have any negatives to it. But this will all change with aerodynamics because we will not, our control surfaces, you're not just going to be able to do sitting like this and then upstrafe like it's doing nothing. There will be constant movement. The main engine shouldn't have any effect on keeping you up, should it? When you're moving forward, it should, yeah. So for example, if we do get correct aerodynamics, Detox, when we go cruising, right, it keeps you up. If we decouple and just push forward, see how it's starting to slightly go down? This shouldn't happen. Because even if we're not using the thing, we're still on the main thruster, which aerodynamics will allow us to just use main to push. So you'll see it where maneuvering thrusters will not be able to turn around as much. You are going to be using their fake flap system because you can see on the arrow, it's got its rudder and it does sort of have little flaps. If you look here, you can see there, little flaps, and then obviously on the rudder, it's got that. Now I don't actually foresee these moving in ships like the Arrow. They'll probably be faked, if anything, just to avoid having to actually redo models and jazz like that. But it will mean that certain ships like the Valkyrie will have way more pushing power than some fighters, for example. Because when we're talking about when we're coming in low, like a Valkyrie and a Cutlass will then go into VTOL mode, and they'll actually be able to hold the weight up and navigate through here. If you were not in VTOL mode and you were using like a Valkyrie, those main engines would be too powerful for the wee tiny ones to actually do something, and it would crash, you know what I mean? So there has to be an advantage of VTOL. Yeah. Because again, VTOL in real life works a different way. If you look at like some of the Osprey, for example, the Osprey, even though its propeller is a VTOL ship, the propellers go up, the Osprey takes off, and it behaves like a helicopter, and when it gets up to speed like this, the pilot raises the nose, and as it gets to speed, the things come down and it basically becomes a plane at that stage. This is where I want to see it in Star Citizen. The same thing is when you're in VTOL mode as like a Valkyrie, because of the auto hovering system or the hovering system that they're adding in, you're wanting to basically where if you were to go forward in VTOL, you're not going to get much speed, but if you just slightly tilt the nose down, you're going to go into helicopter mode, which means you go faster and faster and faster, and then you would eventually line up, engage VTOL mode, your engines come up, and then you get the speed. And this is going to be so sick, because it doesn't do that right now in the game. VTOL only gives you an advantage for upstrafing, and it's so bland. So bland, because some of these big ships like the Valkyrie, the Cutlass, should technically be able to hover off the ground like this, go into VTOL mode, but also just fucking shift round their weight like a helicopter and start going this faster and faster and faster, bring the nose up, and there you go. When do you think they will add control system? When the new flight model is made, McDelta 1. All the talk that I'm talking about is available in the new system whenever that arrives. That could be years, for all we know. But the idea is they're wanting it where ship thrusters actually are realistic. And this is where, like I said, you are not going to just be able to sit like this in your ship, in your Arrow, just casually chilling. This is going to apply more heat. This is going to make your surface way more hotter as well. Because if you notice here, this is the bad thing about where IR missiles don't work, if anyone doesn't know this. Afterburn. Look. I'm afterburning like a nut job. Where's the heat? Where's the heat? Engines don't do shit right now. It's all faked. All faked. Even in space, it's all faked right now. Because they don't actually have... They've got like what I would call maybe what's it called? A placeholder flight model for this game. It would have worked previously, you know what I mean, but obviously because they're now focusing quite a bit on atmosphere, bombing, tanks, ballistas, outposts, you know, bunkers, building your own outposts and stuff like that. The game has massively shifted from being just a space game to quite a huge amount of content is in atmosphere now. NPC missions and stuff like that, you know? So they need it where this cancerous gameplay, aka this. Oh look, there's an infantry. Yeah, this is easy. Look, why do you need a land vehicle if a ship can just do this? You know what I mean? It just makes it pointless. It's got to go. And we had this beforehand where, again, a lot of people didn't like the auto hovering system because it rocked it. But you have to understand that these little maneuvering thrusters can't keep it up when you're like this. It needs the main thruster to push a little ship like this. These little things, even in the future, would not have the power to do what we do in the game right now. And that's the biggest thing that a lot of people are like, oh, we don't need this in the game. Yes, you do. You do. You can't have an arrow shitting on everything just because these little thrusters seem to have so much power in the atmosphere. It doesn't make any sense. And I know it's meant to be a video game. I'm always advocating that it needs to be fun, but it can't always be where light fighters just shit on everything in this game. It can't be. And the only way to do it is you bring in the big ships, the big engines, they hold their weight, they come in slow, they literally, with everyone slowing down, turrets then can fucking clap, long range turrets, flak turrets, ground assault, all this stuff needs to come in big, because if you don't, you have people like me just sitting in an arrow all day, and all I do is the same job as a tank, you know? Exactly, Detox, exactly. So the easiest way to sort this out is bring everyone slower, make it where the bigger ships are tankier, and make it where little thrusters don't do shit in atmosphere. Aerodynamics and keeping that main thruster cooking is what's going to do. Planetside, which is arcade, you can't do that the same fact, it's a multi-role game. Ground, yeah. What do you mean? Yeah, you can't do it in oh, you're talking about Planetside, the video game. Yeah, you can't do it because again, the moment that you have air dominating the game, like I was saying a couple of days ago, I want to see it where there's fucking ground missions, where maybe an outpost is protected by 2 ballista and 2 tank NPC, and you can't bring a fighter in to deal with that shit because you get clapped. So you have to drop off people at distance in a canyon, they have to move in with railguns and take out the AA. This needs to be in the game. It can't just be where I turn up to an outpost. Let me find an outpost right now. Should be one right here, okay? 26, we're gonna hop burn it over here. I'll show you exactly why this is cancerous to this game. I'm in an arrow. Tiny little arrow, you know? Low signature, I'm burning in, there's the outpost. Some space dad has built this place, right? They don't have ballista in because they don't have people on. They've left their AA turrets to protect it. And I'm literally doing this right now. Zero threat, you know. Coming in hot. There's the turret. There's actually a player. Fuck's sake. There's actually a player. My fucking memes always turn into where there actually is going to be death on somebody. So the turret is blasting me, right? And obviously we know turret, all that shit is so shit, blah 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 blah. But look at this. This is what your fucking outpost is protecting you from right now. This Titan also could sneak in and just sit behind, right? So we have taken damage, but we're in a lovely little reverse angle on the turret where it can't turn as fast because they nerfed turret gameplay, all that shit. You know what I mean? There's the person there. In, shake it about, do the hokey cokey. They're gonna fucking go into space. They've got their loot. Fast wee fucker, eh? There we go. Splash 1 on that. Let's see if we've got some falling loot. Nope, that's not my marker. Fuck's sake. Yeah. Don't think we've got any loot that I can see. Let's dive back down. Where is the bunker? There it is there. Ugh. Yeah, that's gonna be too difficult to actually find. Right? And there we go. There's a prime example of literally how useless these outposts are. Now, if there had been 2 NPC ballista, it would have been amazing. It's tomorrow, Space 9. It says in the title for the 11th. Did. But thank you. Again, they could have had it where there's 2 ballista NPC here that don't move. They just literally aim and fire, and they've got unlimited ammo, and you just destroy them. Then they could have had a couple of tanks sitting out fast, you know? And then still have the turrets. And it means that, again, there would be more content from myself and, like, people like Detox who love... Detox loves the ground stuff. I love the fucking fast flyers. So you can combine the two by basically going, right, Detox is coming in with his Hercules, and he's coming in with his tank squadron, you know, tank platoon. And he's coming in, he's going to be 7k off. The ballistas then, you have the fast flyers coming in, which the ballista starts priming. And then he has it where the Hercules comes in and he has to only go 7k. You've got strafing runs here where the turret starts blasting, ballistas are going, you're distracting, you got all this fast moving. Whilst the Hercules comes in, drops off the tanks, and they start moving towards the targets to take them out. Then you have the landing team to come in for looting. It should not just be, hey guys, and I'm not saying for every outpost, I'm talking about, this is a brilliant place that they could have made a big war zone area. It's flat, it's got some hills, but the outpost has the terrain to have tank warfare. And it's so easy for them to do. It's just make it where there's juicy loot inside the outpost. Make it where there's 9 boxes of Hadanite, right? 9 boxes of Hadanite inside. Big payday. Like 900k, a million worth of Hadanite. But there's 5 tanks, 5 ballistas, and a whole lot of infantry protecting the area. And I'm not talking about right now. I'm talking about when we get the server stuff, because that will be amazing. And you have a war zone against NPCs that normal players or single players are not going to be able to do. They're going to have to team up. They're going to have to get into org gameplay, all these stuff. Teams, everything. Because right now it's so unathletic where you just turn up here and you just shoot the turret that has 0 chance of killing you. And that's your ground gameplay. There's not really any reason to bring tanks in and make it cinematic and stuff. And this is where I would love to see this gameplay being added in. And this is where, again, we have control surfaces coming. The flight models changing for atmosphere, where you'll no longer have your low flyers going nose down and just fucking cruising like this. Like, this is what you see with low flyers these days. Look. Nose up, or sorry, nose down, tail up, so they've got 0 fucking chance of ever colliding with anything. And why I always point this one out is if I actually go down lower, which is what they do. Now, they do have the skill at holding it, but look. This is what you see. This is what you see. And then they do their fucking fancy rolls, right? And they've got 0 chance of smacking into the ground. And then when they smack into the ground, you're like, how the fuck did you manage to fuck that one up, you know? It's just, it's so cringy. And again, like, there's a lot of content creators that do it, and they're really, really skillful. Like, Chronogenics will do it at like 200 meters a second, and he's nipping in all that stuff. But with the new flight model, you're not going to be able to do this, because it's going to put you into, you are pushing yourself forward and smash into the ground. It's so fitting, yeah. I always say to people they're like unathletic pigeons, where they're just cooing around and stuff. It's amazing. But again, we don't want this. We want the game to be fun, right? We want it to be semi-arcadey, semi-simulator, so it brings people into the idea. But it needs to not just be so cheesable right now, like backspacing, self-destructing, bad insurance timers, 0 reason for tank warfare and vehicles being used in the game, apart from if you just want to change out a little bit of doing it, you know what I mean? It's boring, and it's not difficult for CIG to just up the scale of certain missions. Make it where you only make like 100k from going to something like this bunker. You need the reputation to get it, and it just spawns like 2 ballista, 5 tanks, 20 infantry, and you actually have to bring a platoon of assortment of vehicles to get it done, you know? I think we all do, Detox. I think we all do, sometimes. I'm here since 2012, and as much as I've enjoyed the journey, meeting people, talking about the game and stuff like that, I kind of wish I had found out about Star Citizen when the game was actually out and done. Because there's a lot of the times I question why it's so difficult to do the things I've just said. Like, we literally have the ability to spawn a hammerhead. Can the person who makes these missions not access the ability to spawn a ballista or a tank? You know what I mean? And make it where you've got to try and take out a ballista? And you can't do that with your hammerhead because you get torped? You've got to do it with like ground team or something? It's just like... It must be easy. You know. It must be easy. And I generally feel it's just like maybe one person that has this painful job of having to make missions for this game. Yeah, I'm hoping that there's going to be a lot more ability to turn things on for them when all the server stuff is kind of like out the way and jazz like that. Yeah, they definitely need it where, for example, I mean, this is a prime location. Look at this, guys. It's literally, you've got storm, desert coming in. This is reeking of tank warfare, cannons, you know? But then not having fighters looking down and shooting on the tanks. They need it to be where the auto-hovering system is in, or the new atmosphere system's in, where, again, an arrow like this just can't sit and do this nonsense. I can literally turn myself into a fucking ground radar system. Look. Whilst I'll have a drink here. Oh, I think the game's actually just crashed. Never mind. Can't show you. God damn it, CIG. Dear. Let's kill it. But yeah, you can just literally turn around and radar. Come on! Oh my god. Why? Why do you do this to me? It's completely locked up. But it's not the PC, it's the client. No joke. I have to say that 3.17.1 has added in a lot of really cool stuff, but I feel it has brought the worst like stability in the client and the servers and stuff like that. So I hope they can address it for 3.17.2. When the A2 comes in and takes out a couple of tanks, the A2 is useless, guys. I don't even know why you guys think the A2 is even worth mentioning for ground resort. Like, literally, the bombs are so slow, you just shoot them. If you have a fast mover, you can shoot. If you have a railgun, you can shoot the bombs. If you see an A2 coming in and it drops a bomb, run in the opposite direction, it won't hit you. They're useless. They are an absolute meme of a ship. And if you have an Eclipse on standby, say you're doing a ground force stuff and you have an Eclipse, that A2 is of zero threat. It's a joke, that ship. You're better off carrying ballistas than you are using an A2 to do bombs. So it's kind of DCS for light fighters. No, it's not going to be as DCS world. You're still going to have your maneuvering thrusters, right? The difference is they're not going to be as powerful as they are just now. They're also going to generate heat. So if you're constantly after burning around like a nut job, IR missiles are going to love you. You know what I mean? And I want to see different land vehicles being brought in for AA. Like, take a ballista, take the missile launcher off it and put a hammerhead turret on it. And just leave it at the same range. Everyone's like, oh, it needs to have like 50-kilometer shoot range. No, it doesn't. Just leave it where you have your ballista, that does long range, and if somebody gets past the ballista, you've got this amazing shredding turret that protects it. Done deal. Because 1500 range with the detection range of 600 is nuts, if anybody doesn't know that. If you have a hammerhead turret that is fast tracking, and you can only target that turret from 500-600 meters away, that means you have to come to a very slow speed to try and shoot it, or missile it, and you will get clapped. Absolutely clapped by a couple of those. And they can just make it where the rate of fire is insane, and that would give you your tungsten, basically. Or if they actually do add in flak turrets as well, it'll be insane. When you think Warfare, it reminds me of Battlefield, because I've seen, yeah. But again, like, there's no reason to use, like, a Cyclone buggy. I mean, you can use it, don't get me wrong, right? You can use tanks, you can use them, but there's no reason, no main reason apart from making, like, a fun event or something like that. I want to see it where airspace is so fucking controlled by NPCs and players that you are forced to bring in a battalion of tanks to try and take them out. Or your air support is just getting clapped left, right, and center. This has to come into the game. Because then there's just no point of outposts protecting you. You'll just have light fighters again shitting on everything. Wow, that wasn't safe at all. Hey, Philip. Pyro will hopefully be the start of it. Hopefully. Hopefully. But, again, I always look at it, it's not difficult for CIG to hopefully be thinking about these things in the future. Make it a little bit more interesting than just a static AA turret firing missiles. It would be awesome to have players bringing in vehicles maybe 40 kilometers away, and the tanks have to battalion in, you know what I mean? You'll see Detox with the top off, and he's sitting with his commander fucking FPU, and he's out. I don't know why they didn't put a top out on the tank. Like, I don't understand that, personally. Maybe we'll see it one day. Maybe a bigger tank. But, yeah, like, you're cruising. Detox and his battalion has to travel, like, 20, 30 kilometers to get to a location because, literally, air support can't get in close. It'll be sick. It'll be really, really cool. But they need other vehicles to protect the tanks to do that job. And like I said, they need a tungsten kind of vehicle. Maybe a ballista that fires small missiles, not just torpedoes, for taking out the big ships. Maybe you can change the turret on the ballista to be more anti-light fighter AA, where it's got like a rack of like 40 size 1s, and it just pre-locks 10 of them on a fighter and just goes whoosh, and it just fucking swarms. Absolutely swarms. And then you can cocktail it with like half IR, half EM, so if they try to afterburner out the way, they just get clapped by half the missiles. It'd be so dope, man. Then light fighters would have to learn to come in low under radar detection. Again, they can go nuts for very little amount of effort in Star Citizen. Yes, we get Hangar Private 13 all over again, guys. I need my segue for this one. And that would be really exciting, because again, for me, right, I bought the game for space, right? I get it. I get that people want the big capitals, the big slug matches, and all that kind of stuff. That's cool. But the planets and the moons are so detailed now that it's asking for big 20 versus 20 land vehicle battles with 20 versus 20 in the air, flawless FPS if they can actually make it, and this game will sell so many copies if you have that. Because the only thing we've got is PlanetSide. And that does get a little bit sort of like, yeah, you know. I wish that we could just change the MFDs to be like a Gladius. Ooh.
You are clear to launch.
I am launched. Look at this giant hangar, all for me, guys. This arrow is of capital quality. This is where, like, again, I was talking about organization hangars. I can't wait till something like this is like an org hangar. Just a big, giant fucking room where people can park their ships down, move land vehicles into the Hercules from a hangar like this, you know what I mean? Then you've got your medical bay in the org for tech-free or tier 1 or wherever you use these days, I forget. And then you can leave and then go out, you know? I can't wait for that one. Really, really need organization hangars. But we should get it when we've got persistent hangars coming this year. Now, dude, I'll spend $100 on an organization hangar if it had what I just talked about. If it had its own medical bay, the ability to spawn land vehicles where you could drive them into Herculeses. Where you're able to have like fighters loading up inside a ship before it takes off, you know? Where you didn't have to always warp to like Yella or places like that to spawn things, to load up, to get ready. If you could just do it in one hangar, I would pay $100, dude. Easy. That would be an easy purchase for me, to have that ability. Yeah, it would be a no-brainer, man. You've got your medical bay, you've got your org, lockers, armory, cargo, spawn bay to spawn land vehicles, spawn a big vehicle to load it up, because you can get like 2 Herculeses in that hangar. Yeah, that is a no-brainer on purchasing for me. Even with the org size puppeteer like QQOP, it would be so useful for us. You spawn a Liberator inside and load it up without having to go outside and get pad rammed or anything like that. Oh yeah, $100? Pfft, easy. Easy purchase for me. Even if it was only one location that you could purchase it on or something like that, you know? Yeah. Right, Shubin, and then we will get the Promised Land at Prasad very shortly. Let's have a wee scoopy down here. And hopefully this year CIG can maybe... I know that they're working it for like 318 or afterwards, but... bounty missions need to be made a lot more profitable, and I have a flawless idea for bounty hunting. An absolute flawless one. Because you know how people like to do the NPC missions, right? Players like to do NPC missions. This is a great way to do it. So, Crime 5. A Criminal 5 would be 100k to chase after. 100k, that's it. Just make it 100k flat. And you get a small amount of reputation. If you fail that mission, it goes to 75k and the reputation goes up for the company involved. You fail it again, it goes down to 50k, but the reputation goes up. You fail it again, it goes down to 25 or 0. But the moment we get to 0, it's at maximum reputation with no money out of it. But if you actually do get to down that person at that stage, the reputation is so good that you bounce like a couple of levels of NPC missions, making it worth that time. And then, like I was saying, with PvP bounty hunting, they can make another tab here for players, right? And instead of it where you get nothing, or you get ERTs basically, you would get a special armor that you can purchase, right? To let people know that you're a high-ranking bounty hunter, or a high-ranking pirate, or a high-ranking trader, miner, all these things. This would give incentive for people to do it. But here's the kicker, so people don't cheese it, is the moment you start working in another area, the reputation starts going down in some way. So if you're a pirate, your reputation on bounty hunting goes down. If you're a bounty hunter, the pirate reputation goes down. If you're a trader, the mining reputation goes down. You know what I mean? They all start going down, which means that you have to focus in a role. They could have it where there's a medical one as well. But this would be great for bounty hunting to give people that idea of, I really want to get that PvP armor. I'm going to have to put some work in it. I'm not going to be like a Vandal mask where I just have 50 people line up, because CIG can make it where if you kill 50 people that are part of a party, or you know, it's sus, they just don't give you the reputation and the reward, they take it from you. But then they make it where these armors can be bought but not traded. The only way to trade it is if you die. Around this time, this would be amazing if we had Death of a Spaceman, because it means that you wouldn't want to kill yourself unless you create an alt to do all this, but then they can make it where when you die, you start to lose the reputation. So you can't just free farm these things. There's always got to be like where you've got to be in your prime level of expertise to access this armor, and if anybody wants it, again, they can make it where there's a requirement where you have to be in that area. So even if somebody grabs the armor, they can't actually wear it. They could do the stuff that they did in Judge Dredd, where it's coded to the user. So the person picks up the gun in Judge Dredd and it blows their hand off because their DNA is not matching. CIG could do something like this as well. And I'm not talking about now, I'm not talking about this year. I'm talking about in the future of the game, where you have a reason, like you see your top-end trader, your top-end miner, your top-end medic, top-end bounty hunter, top-end information runner, and they have a special armor set that they can get. And it doesn't need to be too fancy, but it literally is like a look at my EP kind of level of gameplay. This would give players way more reasons to actually do PvP bounty. And go out mining, dangerous mining, they could make it. You could have like a lower level ones for like if you're just staying in Stanton and stuff like that. Hey, yeah, boy, Troy, welcome in. Yeah, it's not really big brains. I'm pretty sure CIG have got these ideas on the table, but it would be so cool to see in the game, and I don't think it's that difficult to do. You know what I mean? It's a set of armor. They can make it where it's not like heavy armor, it's just basically a bragging right. Maybe it's not good for FPS scene, you know what I'm saying? Or it's just literally a, you know, kind of like a parade outfit basically. But it gives somebody a reason to grind for these reps, because again, when you go here, right? And you go to Crusader and it's like, oh cool, I'll get 20% more payment, and it's like over here I'll get no additional ranks if I actually do bunker missions. You know, this is security, this is bunker mission side, you get nothing. So it's like, maybe if you did bunker missions, you might get a special gun that helps you protect bunkers or infiltrate and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I know this is all placeholder stuff, but for future Star Citizen, they can make it very, very rewarding, you know? Yeah, exactly. With the infantry updates, you know, people like ground stuff. I watch Burks and Zero State. They do a lot of bunker stuff. It'd be cool to see somebody like that walking around in a special badge of honor, basically. And it, I don't know, maybe it puts a title in front of your name or something like that. Or on your, when you bring up here, it says, you know, high criminal or something, you know what I mean? Like literally when somebody scans you down, because eventually you're not going to see a player's name or an NPC name. You're going to get a ship and like you'll have to try and scan it down to work out who's on board. It's not just going to be, oh, that's Darklaw in an Arrow, or that's your boy Troy in an Gladius, you know? It's literally just going to say Anvil, Arrow, and Aegis Gladius. For NPC and player, you have to actually learn to scan. So it'd be so sick if you scan and you go, oh shit, okay, that's a high criminal player, time for me to leave. Or like, ooh, if I take them down, I'm gonna get a lot of fucking bragging rights. You know what I mean? And that would be cool. It'd be so sick to have these things in. You've got it in some other games where you get the kind of like titles if you do instances and other things like that. So Star Citizen could add this in, and it creates gameplay loops where, yeah, you could have it where if you protect enough people, or you, yeah, I mean, it just goes down a rabbit hole of, it doesn't need to always be around a money reward, but maybe you get a ship item from it or something like that. You get a quantum drive that makes your ship go 15% faster or something. And it's maybe like a one-time purchase, and then the trade market goes up on items like that where they're sought after, they're farmed. Again, it would be really, really cool to have more than just a money reward. Or like a small reputation gathering, you know? It should be where, like, if you kill, I don't know, a javelin mission, you have to bring your whole org, but everyone in that party is going to get a huge amount of reputation. Where it might not be money, but it allows them to go off and do other missions solo and do better things, you know? That is where I would love to see the game. I don't think the game should always be situated around money. It should be about assets. Something that you can gain that is going to give you a slight advantage in something that you're doing. Higher reputation missions. So when you look up like ERTs or something like that, it'd be kind of cool if you could do another version of ERT that gives you no money reward, but it gives you double the reputation. And they could do this for PvP as well. Where somebody's like, oh, I don't really care about the 30k to kill DarkLaw, but if I kill DarkLaw, I'm gonna get 3 times the amount of reputation towards Crusader NPCs, which means I'm gonna get into that higher bracket of reward. This would make people do, or give people more incentive to do things. Because when somebody sees, oh, DarkLaw for 30, 40k, they're like, I'll go and kill 2 NPCs and make triple that money in half the time that it is to chase DarkLaw. There's no reason to do PvP in this game right now. It's sad. There's no pirating, there's no trading, there's no hijacking, there's no PvP bounties that are worth people's time. You only do it for fun. And even then, it's a bit of a headache with people just alt F4ing. Or self-destructing, or cheesing it, you know. All these things, like, there's so much that needs to be done, and I'm really, really hoping that next year they dial it in, because this is my biggest worry with Star Citizen. When they add the server tech, when they have 6 months or a year to perfect the server tech, and there's still nothing added to Star Citizen, that's when I'm going to get worried about the game. Okay? So they're going to add in server meshing end of the year. That's cool. It's going to be buggy as hell. I'm expecting it to be a pile of shit. It doesn't work. I'm talking about when they start doing the wee patches to fix it, the free 18.1s, the free 18.2s, into the free 19. They've got time to take it over. It basically takes away the 50 player servers with that stuff, Hammer. And it just basically makes it a shard system where you can have up to like 1,000 players on a shard instead of 50 players. We come off dedicated servers, basically. That's what meshing will do. But it requires a lot of tech to be added in to make it work in Star Citizen. But yeah, when we get to that stage, and they've perfected it, and there's nothing added to Star Citizen, that's when I'm going to worry. Because I kind of feel like they've used the server meshing as a way of creating time to develop things. This is what I'm hoping, right? That maybe they've held back server meshing because they really wanted to spend a couple of years at it. Maybe it was ready to come out a couple of years ago and they were like, no, let's just change this and perfect it here and stuff. This is my hope, right? And then it comes out, it needs a little bit of time, a bit of TLC to make it work for everything. That's cool. We expect it. It's just the same as moving from 2.6.4 to 3.0, from 3.0 to 3.5 and all that jazz, you know. There was a lot of times where it changed the game. Then after 3.10 into 3.13, you know what I'm saying? All these things I'm totally down with. It takes time to perfect it. But once it is perfected and they haven't added anything, what's the excuse? Why is that not in? And that's the biggest worry I have with CIG. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to be wrong, but again, that is the worry that I have. The only worry I have for Star Citizen is, once server meshing is in, once we have sharding, once we have global regions and stuff like that, where basically databases are split between the regions. If you guys don't know, that's coming with server meshing. So there's going to be database splits. What's going to happen is basically, if you've purchased an arrow with real money, you'll be able to go to NA, EU, or Australia and you'll have your arrow. However, reputation money will not bounce between regions when this system comes. They're going to make it more like an MMO than it is just now, where you can't have people coming in on EU time zone and they're in America and farming it because it's empty, and then they go back to American servers, or you know what, vice versa. They farm, EU go into American sleepy time zone and farm, and then they come back to EU and shit on people. You won't be able to do that when this comes. And that's going to be awesome, because it means that people with like multi-regional organizations will either have to split region, or they have to force their members into one region. And it's the same as like it's when you're playing MMOs. You have EU guilds and orgs and stuff like that, and then you have it where you've got the NA and stuff, and then people still play on both servers kind of thing, but you have to do like double the time. An example of sharding would be when you fly to PO, you join PO1, PO2, depending... Yeah, exactly. But each sort of region allows you to hold, like, you know, 1,000 players on that shard system. So, like, PO1 could maybe have, like, 50 players at one time at PO, and then you go to Daymar, and there's another 50 players, you know? That's what server meshing will allow. It means that they can split up areas. Instead of being on one dedicated server, an area becomes a dedicated server, and you just mesh in to whatever it programs you in to be. It's going to be so sick. It's going to be very, very broken at the beginning, but again, once they get it working and dial in the numbers, it's going to be like you're playing like PlanetSide, you know? You're going to go into a battle and you might see 25 versus 25 with high FPS and no desync, you know? That's the dream. I don't think you're gonna get anything more than like 25 versus 25 for the beginning, but it would allow you to have like proper org warfare without, or jump time without it sort of deteriorating and jazz like that. And that definitely is going to be worth the wait, I feel. But I'm very interested to see what organizations do when they've got mix regional players, you know? I would imagine like Test, they've got plenty of numbers where they can put an organization in every region and it works perfectly fine for them. But I'm talking about like small orgs that have only got like 50 players and maybe 5 are in Australia, 10 are in America and the rest are EU, or vice versa, you know? Gonna see exactly how they handle that one. And then we'll start getting the organization infights. I can't wait for that, man. I do love EVE Online news about infighting corporations and alliances, where they're getting dominated by another group so much that they start fighting each other, shouting matches and stuff like that because nothing's going right. And they only blame each other. It's so good, man. I love it. It makes like organization drama. We used to have this a lot, where we had org dramas and stuff, and then it sort of like died off because most of those orgs actually stopped playing the game. But I can't wait for that shit to return. Alright, I wonder if we can go to Prashad now. The sun is quite high here, so it must be slightly coming up now at Prashad. Yeah, and then the server prioritizes location depending on how much process power is needed for players. Exactly. It's gonna be so sick. It might mean that when we go low flying and stuff like that, it's you go to a place where other players maybe are not going, and you'll get high resources and all that jazz. Where the feckery is it? Alright, that's it there. Let's go to Kuda ore. Planes. Why can't I see you? Where are you? Holy shit. Where? Ah, there it is. There it is. Possible. Ooh, no, that's gonna be in the dark. Let's just go and quickly see. I'd imagine orgs will outfit their memberships and FPS gear. The beauty of this game is... Yeah, exactly. That's what I was actually saying the other day there, yeah boy Troy. When somebody, I think it was Fledger or somebody was upset about what I was telling them. The brilliant idea is it's only money and reputation when you go to a different region. So if you've got loads of friends in America and you're an EU player, the American friends can farm up all the items and money for you, and you just go in, they kit you out, and then you just share in reputation and build it up. It really isn't as a big a deal as people will make out to be. And it's the same thing as, like, if you, like, for example, we have a guy in the organization, QQP, called Tough Mudder, moderator of the channel. Awesome dude. He's in America. He's our only American. He knows what it is part to be with this organization, and the great thing about it is, if there's nobody online, he can go and do other things in NA to play, or he gets free reign on EU time zone to make big plays and stuff like that. So there are benefits and negatives to it, but the great thing about it is when he's at work and stuff, like, we can farm up stuff for him. And we've got another EU player, Mr. Tuvo, who is moving to America this year. And again, it just allows the EU and the NA to sort of share. The only downside is obviously ping, but I would imagine that when the new server sort of tech comes in, ping won't be as a big deal as it would be in other video games. You know what I mean? Like, if you're playing CSGO, you're playing Dota, these kind of games, ping is definitely a big deal when you're at a competitive level, but I generally feel like if you're sitting around like 100 ping, 200 ping, it's not going to be as bad as it would be like if you were playing an FPS, like a solid FPS, you know. Only when you get like super sweaty and competitive, you know. Ping isn't really, yeah, it's one of these great things in Star Citizen where it's really not that big a deal. If you're fighting somebody that's got a free 400 ping, you can see it. They teleport, right? They teleport. That's a big deal. But you've also got to understand that I doubt somebody with that ping will ever be on like an EU or American server, you know what I mean? If you have such a high ping like that. But I'm talking about like between 0 to 200, there really isn't that much of a difference, you know? Is there any place to buy armor in Orison? Yes. Do you know where the mall is, Stinko? Oh, right. Oh, okay. You were at Stratus. Sorry, I didn't read that part. Yeah. So Stratus is the only place to get stuff like that. Orison is more based around modules than anything else. I mean, to be fair, dude, it's not much of a hop just to go to Port Olisar, and Port Olisar has a fucking huge collection of armors, dude. And then you've got Grim Hex as well. So yeah, it literally is get in a quick fighter and hop up to Port Olisar and go shopping kind of deal. Again, I quite like this. I know what, like, people will be like, oh, you know, I need like an armor set in multiple locations, or like I need to be able to purchase armor. I think that should be the case, but I always like that you you have to kind of shop around in this game, and that's a big thing, you know. You know what is a big thing? Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, marks 2 years as a partner on Twitch, even though we had a 6-month break of it. We don't really have anything planned, just for hanging out, chilling out, but we will have some goals down below that if they are achieved, there is a very hot, challenging Dorito chip challenge, where if I actually do it, we can then buy a t-shirt. So yeah, that is on tomorrow. There will also be, for the anniversary giveaway, courtesy of CIG and myself, you can use your points down below in Twitch. It's the only time that you get to use them, every 6 months on this channel, because there are no giveaways else. The way I'm now doing it now is anything that CIG give me, it will be all in a giant pot every 5 months or every 6 months from now on. I literally want to start making the channel around organic viewers and people coming in. There will always be like maybe small giveaways for sponsorships and stuff like that, but what I'm talking about is my giveaways will now only be every 6 months, because I'm wanting to change the way I do streaming in general, where it's just always about organic growth and not just about quick flash numbers and stuff like that. So yeah, spend all your points down below. Get involved in the anniversary link. Tomorrow there'll be a 200 entry code that will flash somewhere in the screen at a random time. I'm not even going to tell you. It's just going to flash and you'll be like, damn, I wish I hadn't gone to the toilet and I had stayed glued watching DarkLaw. No, I'll actually tell you when it's coming out. Don't worry. I was actually going to have it timed where it'll just like randomly do it and see how many people actually pick up on it, but I think that would actually be really unfair, forcing people to be like this towards the screen all day, like, when's that coming in, you know? Yeah, I'm looking forward to physicalized cargo, because I really want to do like logistics running for people, where I can come in and, yeah, you know what I mean, get the, like, say somebody needs weapons from Hurston or something like that. I can go and pick it up for them, buy it, and then give them at Grim Hex and stuff. Jokes on you, TDL. I watch you whilst on the toilet. I appreciate the honesty. I appreciate the honesty. I do it as well. When I'm sitting outside on a mountain, I'm watching streamers sometimes. Yeah, I think I love how people make third-party websites, your boy Troy. But I really wish it was also in game as well, where, for example, you could go to Knick-Knack Paddywhack and be like, bring up Marketplace and be like, search where to buy this armor, and it goes rough idea of where to go, you know what I mean? I really would love this in the game. I would also love it where when you do this, it kind of gives you the stats like they have in EVE Online, or like if you go to Urkel, you know what I mean? If Urkel can build a website, a third-party website that gives you the data, it would be so cool if you could have it on-the-fly adaptive in game. And I really hope that CIG just basically go to the guys at Urkel, would you like a job for us when the game comes out, and they just integrate Urkel into the game, built into it. No more Urkel website, you just do it in game. Or maybe there is a third-party Urkel website, but you know what I mean, they hire the guys to do that, and that would be amazing, man. You found Urkel the other day, changed your life. You just take into account, guys, that sometimes Urkel gives stats that aren't exactly right, okay? They're not exactly right. It's a great way to build a build, but some of the things like penetration and damage and stuff like that are a little off at times. You know, common knowledge after you've made builds is a lot better than a website telling you what to fit, if you know what I mean. Hey, Tough, we were just talking about you, dude. Using you as a prime example of when an organization has like an American and you're an EU org and stuff like that. Hey, Josek, how you doing? Welcome in. I'm really wondering how many features are actually ready that haven't released yet. This is, again, another thing that I've been talking about, your boy Troy, for like the past few days now. I genuinely believe CIG have not been telling us the whole truth about server meshing and what brings with it. I believe the moment that they can turn the server meshing stuff on, they're going to also be able to add more things that they've had built for a while turned on. Because again, why would you ever build it for the current system where then you would have to remake it? You know what I'm saying? Because that's the problem we've had all the time, where patches have come in and it's been like, oh, well, it doesn't work for the engine now. We have to go and spend a year rebuilding it so it comes back in. Why would, when all this server tech is going to get thrown in, would you ever make anything for like 3.17 in design? You would always have it pre-planned for the next evolution of Star Citizen. So I think when we see it come in at the end of this year and they do some tweaks, next year it'll be a flip of the switches and a lot more content is allowed to be added into the game, because it probably just crashes the game to shit right now. And a prime example is if you guys were playing New World. You see how New World was killing GPUs? There's a good chance that some of the new stuff for Star Citizen probably would do the same thing right now, and that's why it's not been added in till more Gen 12, the Linux stuff, the Vulkan stuff is added, because it might burn people's PCs to the ground if it's turned on. And that's why they could be holding it back. That's another theory I have. That they've just tried to be a little bit more safer, you know? Does personal armor actually work? I feel like I die... Right, so here's the difference between light, medium, and heavy. It is only one more shot when you go from light to heavy. So most of the time, people run in heavy armor and they're out of breath, and when you're out of breath in the game, you can't aim properly. Even though you bring up the iron sight and you breathe, it doesn't hit. This is why most of the time you'll see QQOP guys running around in light armor, because you're actually more athletic by running in this game, causing that desync loop, and you only take one extra shot, which gimps your aiming and stuff like that. So I always feel that, yeah, armor is kind of like just what you're wanting to choose. Heavier armor allows you to carry more things, but it doesn't actually make you able to survive longer. It's only one more P4 shot to the head on a heavy armor compared to light armor, you know? I think generally the light, medium, and heavy is more designed around you can carry more things, you know? Didn't Amazon blame bad manufacturing instead of their game? Oh yeah, yeah. For the cards burning out, Scotland? Yeah, they did. Funny how these same cards didn't burn out in other games. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of interesting, man. Hey, it's nothing to do with us. It's obviously their patch, you know. Guys, can you fucking fix this ASAP? We can't, sir. Our fucking server had the video card inside it and it's on fire now, you know? That's pretty much what went down, I feel. Alright. Okay, it's totally Nvidia's fault. It's Nvidia's fault. It's their latest patch. It just fucks our game. Guys, rebuild the server now, please, you know? Yeah, it's totally not our fault, you know? I would imagine that somebody comes in, the developer's like, alright, I'm gonna Q&A test this game. Fuck! My PC just exploded! Holy shit! It's Nvidia's fault. Totally Nvidia's fault. deny everything. We spooked ourselves, I know. I'm pretty sure that's what went down. Like, New World's launch was a disaster, like, an absolute disaster. I do mix medium legs and arms and heavy chest. Yeah, again, like, I generally feel that heavy armor for the chest is just more ammo. That's it. And heavy, like, generally you just want a heavy helmet, a light or medium chest, light legs, light arms, and that's it. Long as your chest and head are covered with, like, medium and heavy, that's all you really need, as far as I'm concerned. You don't need to gimp yourself down to be where you're trapped and unable to breathe in heavy armor. There's no need for it. Because again, how many times do you actually get shot in the arm, you know? Or in the leg? Who actually shoots somebody in the dick, you know? Butters would. Butters likes to shoot somebody in the dick. It is funny when you dick shot, though. In Star Citizen, the NPCs grovel in pain. It is very, very amusing. Fallen leaf. Woo. Yeah, I would never use heavy legs. I mean, again, for me, like the most I'll go for is like a medium chest, a heavy helm, and then light arms and legs. I just don't need the, you know what I mean. And this comes back to what we were talking about the other day there, where I kind of feel like pilots need to have their own suit, you know? So you have light, medium, and heavy armor for FPSing, but then pilots need their own kit, where they're not sitting in the pilot chair in heavy armor, because that just makes no sense, you know what I mean? Let's go and quickly check out. I'm interested to see how much time you actually have. Oh god, I've lost it again. There, or closed. Where is it? Aid. Holy crap! Why can I not find this one, chat? Ah, there we go. So if we're looking at Tharkway, it's Prashad. It's right underneath. We'll go there. We're trying to wait for this new place that I found for Lofine. It's amazing, man. It's amazing. Let me just allow that, Vinny. Fuck, what was that movie? You shot him in the dick? It was South Park. Butters shot the guy in the dick, and Cartman goes, "Never shoot a guy in the dick, Butters." It's so good, man. Alright, so we're going from Shubin. Let's see how the direction would be from Shubin. Because obviously we've got it from the other thing. So we're looking for Brio. Brio is there, so I would imagine it is this way. Maybe. This is going to be a difficult one to find coming from the opposite angle. I think... Actually, it's this. It's this way. Yeah, because there's the Comray. It's over here. So the Comray will always take you to the right one, no matter where you go. That's good. That's good to know. There it is right there. So when you go to Prashad, it's always going to be heading towards the Comray, so to speak, and then it's right there. This place here. Look at the canyon runs, man. So good. So good. And then we've got it out of the lane. Are you going to any bar season? No. I live rural as fuck in the Highlands, guys. For me to go to Manchester is literally like a 3-hour flight, you know? And that's going to the airport for an hour beforehand, getting on a plane, getting to the location, you know what I mean? It's like 3-4 hours for me to do that. And I'm not doing that for a bar season. I would do it for like a citizen con, and I'm going for like a weekend, but not for just a day. And as well, like, I hate, this is the weird thing, like for me, I've not had an alcohol drink since October last year. And as I've said on the channel, again this week, it's amazing, whenever I say something it always pops up later on. I'm not going for like drinks and stuff like that unless it's a really good occasion. So again, citizen con, or if I'm going to like somebody's wedding or something like that, you know what I mean, then I will happily do it. But yeah, and even then I don't think I would ever go to an American citizen con right now, purely because of how things are there, you know. Maybe in a couple of years, it'll be a lot easier. He does it in the episode. I can't remember what the episode's about as well, but you know, I can't remember what, why Butters is shooting people in the dick in South Park. This is Big Machine Earl. I actually have the sound for it. We can do it hard. And this is a bounty hunter coming in. Freelancer Max. This is Big Mesquite Murph. Let's lock up the rack. Let's engage some good old ganking tunes. Ganking tunes engaged. Box free. Box free. I did. Big balls to do a freelancer max as a bounty hunter, like. Alright, let's rack her down. Yeah, this area is so fucking dope, man. So many hard turns, like. Oh. Maybe? Secondary? Again, we're well away from the outpost. I think that's Prashad. Yeah, we're like 60 away. There's no reason for a player to be out yet. I think it's just a rock, actually. Falling leaf at speed. I swear, like, I wish I had a Vulcan to rearm me. That'd be so cool. Closes his eyes when he shoots? Who? Hey, Lawless. How you doing, Chief? Let me be. It's just practice, dude. Lots and lots and lots of practice. Occasionally invite people to like fly as well and learn. I do have the ability to not die as many people in low flying, so I can be a great lead for people to learn. It's like a massive requirement for a lead ship. This is such a fucking cool place, like, I'm so glad we found this yesterday. So this is at Prashad, over like 60 in heading 130 or underneath the Comrie area. It is amazing, man. This is definitely the best place to fly on Daymar right now, in my opinion. Oh, matey, voodoo. Oh, just a clip on the edge. Yeah, just a clip on the edge. Oh, spicy. Recover. No wing loss as well. However, I feel if we warp, we'll probably lose the wing. Sadly. Squadrons? Yeah. Oh, that's something that we need to open up later on as well. We got a gift pack from them to open up. Which is gonna be so sick. I'm looking forward to that. But I'm gonna wait till Fresh is on so I can talk to me about it. After, like, again, big fucking balls, like, that, freelancer bounty hunting, like, not the best at bounty hunting ships, that's for sure. Especially in the atmosphere. Spicy Awakagumi! Will she yaw over in time? There she goes. Alright, canyon running. Let's go. Hold the lines. Tight on this one. Push around. I'm gonna hopefully drop into another one. Yep, here we go. Then I'm gonna go on this line. I feel this might be a little bit more technical. Oh, I think I made a bad choice. Bad choice, maybe. Oh yeah, very bad choice. We'll have to go high. Not gonna be able to pull around on that one. Not enough afterburn in the tank for that turn. This is where do not feel to hold the line. Like, a good pilot in this game is somebody that goes, I can't make this turn, I'll just evaluate slightly before it happens and then bail out. Look at these rocks, man. Fucking sick, this place. I'm gonna go right here, just have a look into the other canyon. Maybe left here. So many options. So tasty. We'll go right here, we'll go left. I'm out of afterburner, so no fancy shit whilst we regain. And we'll go around again. Make some more decisions. Look at this. Just goes into this amazing turn here. We're gonna go for a Mac push to the right, banking now. We're gonna hold it. Mac pushing round. We're gonna loosen her off. And then we're going back in again. Look at that. That's a deep canyon there. Holy shit. That drop. Might be a dead end, so we're gonna have to go high. Yeah, it's a dead end here. We'll creep over. Actually, I lost the canyons, so we're gonna have to go back down the other way because I found it again. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna just do a gentle bank to the left. Push her back around. Hold all that afterburner. Use afterburner now to level her off. And push the speed now. Nice straight line, so we'll just level her off. Regain afterburner. Cruise on through. And then we want to kind of go a long left now to try and get back into the gorges. So we're going to push here and then, yeah, we're Mac pushing now. Round and around and around and around and around. We're going to black out a little bit here. I'm going to let off the throttle, hold the afterburner now, invert over. And we're still holding the speed. We're up to 500 again. Not dropping that speed down to flimsy 200. We're keeping the Mac push. And here we go. There's a canyon. I have to slow my speed down now because that is a hard turn there. Push straight. We've got some canyons here, so I'm going to do for a light little bank to the right and bring us back down on that line. That looks juicy. So no afterburner used. We're in a bit of a Mac push just now. We're going to slow it down out of Mac. Bring it back. We're going to do an anti-roll, anti-strafe to clear it. And then go back in. Cruise on frigga. Oh, I should have gone left. That would look so much better. Let's see if we can cut across again into this gorge here. Bit more left, and then we're counting right. Back to 400 now. We've got a bit of afterburner, so I need more for this, though. Have to go invert here. Ooh, bad bang. Hit the bang. Recover it, though. And we've managed to smack both wings on the edges now. But we're still going, which is good. We're just a few pixels off on the movement, that's all. Again, this is like the first time really actually being on the location here, so there's a lot of technical rocks to actually keep up the speed. This one. Alright, let's try it. Faster, faster, faster. Fuck yeah. What a fucking run, like. This place is fucking nuts, man. Absolutely nuts, like. I need to get a team down here. Alright, we'll push back over here. How's Aberdeen or Ariel have canyons like this? I don't know, dude. I only spend my time on Daymar. But this place I discovered yesterday that's near Prashad, and holy fuck, this is the best place to low fly, I feel. If you're at like again, like you don't need to go as batshit crazy as me, and you can see here, we go decouple, you know? We'll crack the tunes up. And you can do this, you know? Look how amazing this is for people learning off to learn how to dodge at high speed. I can't do slow, man. I literally can't do slow at all in this game. It has to be fast or nothing else. But yeah, look at how solid it is. And we're gonna find it here, if you see. Once I die now. I'll show you how easy is it to find this place, you know? We would like to see a few planets with mass... Oh, dude, yeah. I would love to see something like that. Let's have a look. Let's see what this, let's have a look here, right? What's he said? Fuck yeah. What a fucking run, like. Oh, that stuff, yeah. Again, like, I don't ever see people doing this, you know? I just can't do the slow stuff, you know, faster than my mind can handle. Fuck yeah. And we're just warming up as well. Thank you for the clip, dude. Appreciate that. But yeah, definitely I would love to see more detail in this sort of stuff. And here's a prime example where CIG could take where I'm flying just now as like the go-to, and then nice box. Make it where there's just so many more of these locations that are easier to find for players. Like, could you imagine a war zone kicking off? You've got tanks moving through that canyon with ballistas. You got Detox, he's fucking launching shells. And you got pilots flying in, dogfighting through that shit, handbrake turning around corners, missiles being spammed, all because of whatever, man. It'd be so dope, like. And this is why, like, I will always say Atmosphere has the potential to be more cinematic than space combat. Unless you bring in, like, high-density asteroid belts. You know what I mean? You have to bring in, like, closer asteroid belts, more density rocks to have that sort of cinematic effect. If you guys remember the 890 jump video, you know, where there's like the opera singer and stuff like that. You see the pirate bit where they're attacking the 890, the free pirate ships, and in that asteroid belt kind of stuff. That's what we need. Yella is so flimsy, unathletic, boring to look at. It's so open. It's, yeah, it just needs way more, I feel. More density, a little bit more like nebula kind of clouding or something like that. And this is where I hope that CIG with the new server stuff can actually pump it up and make them more interesting, I feel. Because again, like when you open the doors here, it's just sort of like, oh, there's just a rock sort of spinning around. Even the technology at the truck stops is so much better than Yellow now. And Yellow used to be like the staple. It was like, wow, you know, Yellow looked really, really cool. And now it's just nothing, you know. What I miss? You missed canyon running at high speed. You can check out Puppeteer's clip above it of pretty much we're trying out the area now. So again, I'll show you guys how to find it from here. Basically, we're gonna go to Daymar, and we've got the light up for now, so we've got still plenty time to cruise around, get the tunes out. I wish there was a secondary location like this that I could find. We need to go on a search one day and try and find this. This is a big thing we need. We need to try and hunt a second location that's always in the light, I feel. Right, so we're gonna warp to Prashad. So security post Prashad. And then we're going to locate where I was flying around. And if you guys are into low flying, you need to go and have a shot on it. Because, again, I don't think there's anything better on Daymar. Unless I can find another location. Yeah, there is no logic to ships handling right now, Ashlow Nutty. I was saying this to D-Docs earlier on. It makes no sense that some thrusters can do things and others can't, you know? Or don't have the same power. Because again, this same logic goes on, like if you're in space, for example. If you're in space with the same thrusters, and you go into decouple, and you basically up strafe, and you left strafe, or you down strafe, it should always be the same amount of G's. On the same sort of thruster. And this is where it makes even less sense in atmosphere. So basically there's Port Olisar, we have the garden, we have Prashad there, and we're wanting to aim towards the comm array ST. So wherever you land, you want to go to Prashad and aim towards the comm array ST. And just start cruising in that direction. It's roughly about like 120 degrees to 130 to 140, okay? So we're gonna pass Prashad here and head in this direction. And you're gonna see that there's a mountain range right beside Prashad. This is not it. This is not it. We don't want it. It's not talented enough for us. You can start seeing the canyons appearing down below here. And there she is. This is the mountain range that you're wanting. And you just fly around here, kind of on the back of it. You can see all the canyons into a bit of where the white rocks are. And this is the promised land that low flyers should be using. Not only is it a great place to teach people, because there are areas that are lesser in technicality, but you can see here that you have rocks sticking out everywhere. This is where it's great for low flyers to begin their speeds. They come in, they've got plenty of area, but then like I said, when you're going slower, you've got the ability to dive down into canyons, and these ones are a lot easier for a pilot to begin with. There's not many rocks sticking out and all that jazz, and then as we go further down into it, you can start seeing rocks appear at the side. And if we buckle around here, because again, this is where my body can't be seen, but down here, I think this is where, like at the back of it, more deeper in, like 120, this is where it gets a little bit more technical. I'm trying to find the exact area again, but I don't have a depth marker, which kind of sucks. But you can see, look all the rocks sticking out here, so there's a big rock face that you can either choose to go left, which would be easier, or you could go harder right and keep that tighter turn in as you're macking through. Again, it's different to different playstyles of low flying, where people will go slower, the nose down stuff, and keeping their bodies a little bit out of damage. I personally like to go for the realism of keeping a horizontal body and not doing the fakery. And you can see here, plenty of space to learn, open rocks, and if we can actually find the place I was at again, in this area, it gets even more technical. Hey Armored Fear, how you doing, sir? Dream place for salvagers. Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. So again, look at all this open rock area. It's pretty decent. And then look at the size of these canyons, man. These are deep. I would say they're actually a bit more deeper than Shubin, but there you go. You've got the ability. This is where it starts getting technical. You've got a tighter turn the lower you go. And keep your speeds up and start going around other corners and stuff. But this is definitely the best place to learn, have fun with, do group stuff, make videos, all that jazz. And then it's just trying to find that really, really fucking crazy place. I'm gonna go a little bit more to the right this time. Oh, we got contact. Oh, God. It's a Titan. Oh, Jesus. Shit. Shit. Shit, shit. Shit, it's a Titan. I need a song. We'll bring it down here. Come on. That's it. Okay, I can do this, right? Okay, we're just gonna do this. It's coming in. And yeah, we'll just change this up. That makes it easier. Makes it easier for us. It's coming in. 4K out. 4K out. It's coming in chat. That's it. Tuck on. Tuck on. Follow me, Goose. Follow me. Here he comes. Here he comes. He's cruising in. Let's get technical. Let's bring it into the canyon range. He's early turning. We're in. Fires and off. We got him down to a height that I like it. Right, we want to swing round here. Push on. Afterburner up. Little strafe there. That's fine. We'll take the turn. We'll push here. We're into the slot. Low flying 101. Daymar wins. If I did. That term was wicked, yeah. A lot of people don't realize about, like you'll start to drag yourself in your turns if you don't slow it down. So if you hard turn, you're gonna carry on with momentum in this game. You guys see me do it all the time, where I'll take a turn and I'll momentum up, use my momentum to push it. Hard momentum, switch the momentum. Use momentum to turn it here. Round, will we make it? Will we make it, chat? We will. These are a lot of things that you can learn by just doing low flying. You don't want to have a high-speed turn like that. That was the mistake that Titan did. Titan was flying really good until it hard turned whilst it had momentum. And it just dragged itself into the ground at that stage. I could have actually probably gone to the stage where I didn't even fire a weapon. Obviously it won't work on every pilot. That's why we test these things out. Against anyone that knows how to fly, they don't fall for this shit. But eventually down the line, there will be a difference between Arena Commander flying and Atmosphere flying. And then we'll see if it does make a difference or not. So where is Prashad now? We're only 16 off. I wonder if there's more. Let's have a look over here. Let's see what this has. I know there's a lot of canyons and stuff. Actually, no, wait. Maybe... mountain range going. Tracking's going off a bit weird. There it is. I think we drifted a little too far. Beautiful. There we go. How does it feel to you to fly without the vector indicator? I don't know why people do it. Like, again, I can understand when you see, like, Chronogenics doing it. They're going at, like, 250 meters a second. I get it. They're wanting to challenge themselves by taking off. But when you are pushing Mach, you need to know exactly where your ship is going or you will never make the turns. So I keep my TVI on, vector indicator, to know exactly when I'm pushing. I'm like, I'll be looking to the left here, but I'm also watching my peripheral follow it. Be like, right, cool. I'm gonna drag the body around here just now. There's a good chance if I don't push this turn now, I am gonna hit that rock, which allows me to think fast and swap the weight around on the ship. So I actually make certain turns. If you don't have that system, you'll never know what you're doing. So it's good for high-speed flying. Maybe not so much required when you're going slow and steady. I hope so. I hope there's going to be atmosphere maps and AC one day. That'd be kind of cool. I really hope in 3.17.2 they've got rid of the blinding lights, you know? Get rid of those blinding lights, guys. It's gonna be so bad if it's still there. Because I really like the dust, like, shooting off the top. You know, it's cool when you're flying through, like, a canyon, you see the dust here. Look at that. It's like, puffing up. It's pretty dope. It makes you feel like you're on a sandy, dusty moon planet. But when you get those flashbangs, it's just not good, you know? And I really wish that we could get some low cloud as well. Like, say you were flying through some mountain ranges, like a Microtech, you would get like some dew, mist kind of stuff. That'd be really, really cool. Low canopy flying as well. Flying through like a dense forest and you're flying inside the forest. Again, lots of things CIG can do for these things, you know. About to give it a go myself. These canyons look sick. It's really good, dude. Really good. I'm so glad I found it. And again, there's just everything for everyone. There's canyons, there's hard rocks, there's no white rocks around to rip off your wings and stuff, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Incoming. Hammerhead, guys. The guy comes back with a solo hammerhead. Or somebody's coming in with a hammerhead. Somebody bounty hunting with a hammerhead, guys. Jesus fucking Christ, like... This is where I need a torpor stat. It's got one gunner. It's got one gunner. There's nothing I can do against a hammerhead though. There's nothing they can do against me either, so I'll just ignore it. Make him crash? We'll try. But they're just gonna pelt missiles. Here we go. Watch. They're just gonna pelt missiles. And they're size free, so I'm gonna require all my flares to get rid of them. Look at him! You hear that shit? Ba-da-boo! 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 That's all I've got! Missiles! Ba-da-boo! 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 We'll just wait till he launches all of them, you know? Ba-da-boo! Ba-da-boo! I've got a... one gunner hammerhead. Ba-da-boo! 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 Fuck's sake! Ba-da-boo! Whoa! The gunner's shooting at me as well, chat. Bye. Imagine chasing after an arrow with a fucking hammerhead, like... How unathletic do you have to be at the fucking video game? There's two people! They could have come at the same time in two fighters. You know what I mean? They're slowly realizing the limitation of what this is happening, you know? You're watching two people in a hammerhead chase an arrow in a bounty, you know? That's what you're seeing, dude. Yeah. Hey, boys. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All I have to do is hold out a little bit longer, chat. All I have to do is hold out a little longer. Let's make it more entertaining for them then. Just gotta hold out a little longer, guys. Oh, holy shit, that rocket fucking went through the mountain. Oh. That missile went through the mountain, chat. Holy fuck. How could you follow for the same trick 3 times? This is where it's just like, can we make it a 4th time, chat? Don't fire at range, tough. Fire at like 3 kilometers out or you're gonna fail. Alright, so it's the left side. Oh shit! That was bad, very bad. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that turn. Anytime now, tough. That was a bad turn on my part. I was trying to hold off to see. Aw, dude, you're so fucking far away, man. Holy shit. I'm gonna have to drag them to Shubin then. Like, if you ever come into support, guys, always make sure you're ready to go before you drag this out, you know what I mean? Way too long to get shit sorted. I'll bounce it to Shubin though. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was on the side or at the top, Freaky, so that's why we went slow. Arrow, I would say right now is probably the best thing. Go. Hey, Red Bear's Rent. Like this, you can trigger the pilot. It's too big. Yeah, very easy. Yeah. Again, we can't play with it too much because this is dragging way too long. Way too long. Yeah. Again, don't ever invite me to the team tough until you're 100% ready, because you're just making me sit around for 20 minutes, you know. And that's where we get into the dangerous part. Easier for me to just bounce and drag. Yeah, the pilot, again, it's fucking stupid. Like, they were never gonna catch me. The only reason I'm this badly damaged is I wanted to see which side the turret was to make sure that the attack was going to be spot on. You know? But it's boring, man. It's literally boring. Like, they can't kill me, I can't kill them. Why even bother chasing after somebody in a hammerhead? It's so unathletic. It's literally hiding behind HP to get stuff. No, it's not. It's on the, or maybe it was on the mid, yeah. Anyway, it's not following. Hey, KB. How you doing, Chief? Alright, let's go back. Where the fuck? Brio. There it is, yeah. Yeah, when they can reach a hit, yeah. They can do a lot of damage, yeah. Again, if I hadn't turned bad, I turned very bad to try and see what the turret was. I should have just done it at high speed. And I would have been perfectly safe, but I started off slow. Again, it's really not any threat. I'm faster than that thing, I'm just playing with it, you know? It's just so sad that people do it this way, like... Again, 2 fighters. They could have easily come with 2 fighters and they would have been way more effective. It's just literally people. Yeah, make sure, guy, like, again, tough. You just don't ever invite me until you're 100%. It's what Fresh and Battlestar do. They don't even tell me that they're coming. They just get the job done. And then they'll invite me when they're in position, you know? Because, again, when you invite me, I think you're literally 2 minutes away kind of thing. Not 10-minute drag, you know? You gotta be 100% ready if you're gonna do that shit, or it just doesn't work. Xenofret taught me a lot of focusing facts, and yeah, exactly, yeah. You gotta focus on situational awareness in this game. It is one of the primary functions. I guarantee you now, tough, they'll be swapping out from the hammerhead now. If you know what I mean. They'll be moving away from the hammerhead to something else. Yeah, that's pretty much always what it is, yeah boy. You know what I mean? Like, if I was in a hammerhead, right? If I'm in a hammerhead with a crew, and I'm going after bounties, right? First of all, you'd never see me doing bounties in a hammerhead. It's just so stupid and pointless. It would be literally a couple of light fighters and a mantis. You know what I'm saying? Just so much more practical. But if I was in a bigger ship doing bounties, and I saw that I was going against something that is a fighter, I would just warp away. I'd be like, this is not worth my time to fucking chase after. But a lot of people Prime example, use hammerheads and bigger ships as an HP buffer to be like, I'm gonna hide in a bigger ship just because I can't fly, you know? And eventually down the line, these things are gonna get clapped, you know what I mean? Because I'll be flying around in this area and I'll have somebody in a Perseus just literally sitting off grid to come in, yeah. And then that hammerhead will just go vaporize at that stage. Hey, psychotic. So I've been thinking about getting this game, but it seems really expensive. No. First of all, if you've not made an account, exclamation mark reference in or REF in chat, make yourself that. That will give you, if you ever purchase this game and you use my referral, you'll get some extra in-game money on stuff like that. But you only have to spend 45 bucks, dude. You get a starter ship that comes with insurance, and then everything else is farmed in-game. It is not really expensive. You only have to spend $45 to play this game. That's it. And if you spend a little bit more, you get obviously better ships that you can start off with, but better ships, prime example. I've got a couple of guys in a ship that's like $660 chasing after a $45 arrow, and they can't kill it. I can't kill them because obviously they've got way more tank and damage than I have. I'm just a wee light fighter, but they're trying to kill me in a $600 ship and they're failing massively, you know? So no, you don't need to spend anything more than just the starter fee to get into the game, and that's it. NPC and bounty, and you can make a lot of money very fast now, just by doing like bounty hunting and other stuff like that. But no, you don't have to buy insurance for all ships. You can use in-game for that. But in atmosphere is nonsense. We did the same with a character full equipped and 5 guys. It was as well strong. Not about HP, but 4 towers. Have a power fence as well. Yeah, I know, but in a carrack, you're not chasing down an arrow. You know what I mean? A lot of people hide behind HP. And then they do silly things, like bringing a hammerhead with 1 gunner versus an arrow. Like, you have no idea how much money you're wasting for the future of this game. Because right now, we don't have real fuel prices, we don't have real missile prices. You have the ability to self-destruct your ship and just get everything back. You know what I'm saying? This doesn't happen in the finalized game. Fuel is going to be way more expensive. You're not going to just be able to reinsure or reclaim your ship when you feel like it. You're not going to be able to kill yourself. You're going to have to pay for all your missiles every single time at the same price, you know? And here they are, they're coming back in the hammerhead again. A 2-man team in a hammerhead chasing after a fucking arrow. And I can just literally do this. And what can they do? Alright, tough. See what I mean? What can they do now? What can they do? No, don't worry about it, Tough. Just go and do other things, dude. If I need, I'll get Puppeteer to jump in. But this is a 0 threat. They're now 14 kilometers away. They'll go high and they'll warp in again. And I'll just do the same shit all over again. Now I can go back to my loaf line, here. And just cruise around, you know? You know what I mean? Hello, Honky. Welcome in, Chief. Yeah, they are. But again, we don't have the full pricing in. What these 2 people are doing, they would be bleeding money right now trying to chase after me. They are just literally using their big $600 ship as a fucking safety net instead of getting into 2 gladiuses and fighting me. You know what I mean? Here it comes now. It's fucking cruising behind us, chat. See? It's 13 kilometers away. I'll just keep doing this. Every time they come around, I'll go on a 4-point turn around this place. And they've actually warped now. So they've warped away. Or that is a bug. Let's head towards them. Funnily enough, I've actually found a nice area. which is good. Oh no, there they are. So here we go, guys. Missiles are gonna come out. Good job, guys. Good job. You're showing the world how fantastic of pilots you are right now. Right, let's go into cruise. Genuinely wish they would increase prices back to what they were around. I know, so do I, Arto. I hate how casual the game has gone. How casual the game has gone. Away from an arrow, I know. I'll just keep doing this now. They have no chance of catching me if I just do this. Like, I can't stand this. Obviously, what Mago is saying, you know, coming into atmosphere, full Carrack, 5 guys, and then I agree, you've got 4 towers to fucking evaporate shit, you know? That is it. But a hammerhead with 1 gunner? What's the fucking point? You know what I'm saying? What's the point? What are you doing when you've got that stuff, you know? And even then, again, with like a Carrack with 4 gunners and a pilot, you would never go after a single arrow. You'd be losing too much money, you know? Look, they're firing missiles. They're fucking firing missiles. Hurricane is more dangerous at this point, yeah. And I will just start going fast in this direction. Back over to Prashad, 37 out. It's bonkers that people do this stuff. You know who... The guy who turned up in a Freelancer Max solo has more balls than these 2 pilots combined. Or these 2 players combined. Because at least he came down and tried to fucking fight it out. These are... Look at my HP, wee. You know? The arrow is not faster than the missile. They're just not locking. They're just pre-firing. Mago. You know what I mean? They're just literally pre-firing. You know? There it is there. Still 14 kilometers. Then it bugs up for some reason. We've just passed the outpost again. You know what I mean? I have the hammerhead just going back and forth 14 kilometers right now. Trying to chase after an arrow. Do you not see this as a waste of time? And how unathletic this is? Yeah, we all get that white hand. I'm hoping that they actually fix this for 3.17.2. You know? What was the other question there? From, Psycho. Where is it? Yeah. Thanks for explaining. I was blown away trying to look up on stuff. No problem. Ask away a question. Do I need to buy joysticks? No. You can actually, oh, wait. I only have one, and that's for the Airbus. So you've got the Airbus system. I mean, you could use it, but generally, mouse and keyboard is completely fine in this game. You know what I mean? A lot of people play with like 1 joystick and mouse, for example. There's many options that you can do for this stuff. I'm still waiting for Fresh to get online, and then we'll do the squadrons thing if we've got enough time. He should be on in a bit. I guess the hydro fuel bill will exceed soon the reward. Hey, they're again the bill, not me. But you know what they'll probably do? They'll probably just self-destruct the ship. Freaky, you know? They'll just self-destruct the ship and get everything back, because that's the cheesable entity of the game right now. Garden. We've got so many choices, chat. Where should we go now? There's Prashad, 40 out. Oh, they upvoted for squadrons, I forgot. Nice, appreciate that, guys. Welcome in, Cello, as well. Hope you're well. But yeah, you can play with whatever you want. Psychotic, is it Juzu or something? I'm just gonna call you Psychotic actually. I hope we do get insurance fraud. Yeah, it would be dope. It would be really, really cool. Hey dude, you don't need to do that, but I appreciate the prime. Thank you very much. Can we get some red ties in chat, please? Welcome to the red tie gang, dude. Thank you for that. That's very kind of you. Also, make sure you're following the channel now and you've got subscribed. Press ! Anniversary and get involved in our giveaway, because you might actually win a ship and then you never have to spend a penny on Star Citizen if you're lucky and stuff like that. But yeah, thank you so much for that support, dude. That's crazy. Thank you. But yeah, I'm trying to work out or remember what your Airbus thing is, if you've got that. Is that the new yoke thing that they brought out? Or is it the actual joystick one? I'm trying to remember which one it is. Because obviously if you've got a joystick, you can just use left hand for keyboard and stuff like that. Oh no, we don't have a giveaway commanded. We don't have a giveaway command. Let me quickly untime you out on that one. There you go. Just do ! Anniversary, dude. We have ! Giveaway as to capture bots that do it. Because a lot of time when you've got giveaway in your title, bots will come in and just instantly type ! Giveaway without any notice. So we've got it locked down. So yeah, just ! Anniversary, dude. It's in the title if you need the actual typing on it. And that will give you the link to the third-party site that you can put all your details in and get involved. Oh no, you don't need to apologize, dude. Again, we only have it for catching bots, and it's normally when they come into the channel and just type it without saying anything else, but you came in and asked questions, so it's all good, you know? We'll unban you. I have to complete my Hammerhead card with the rest of the game. Ooh. Just did a test flight on Prussia, and yes, I can't fly as low as you. Yeah, but practice. Yeah, exactly, dude. That's the whole reason we showcase locations and try and help out people when they need it. Again, like, you have to remember, I've been low flying at high speed for like 2 years solid, guys, you know? That's why my PvP is really, really bad in comparison, because PvP just doesn't feel good at all just now. And I would rather just keep doing what I enjoy in this game, which is chatting to you guys and low flying, you know? Did you see the guy that built a 30,000 game room in Thailand? Oh, yeah. No, it's not from this game. It's not from this game. If you're talking about the guy where he goes through the sliding door, that it's not for Star Citizen. He's not even playing Star Citizen. He's playing another game. Completely. I can't remember what it's called though. Maybe play Star Citizen, but yeah, definitely when in that video, I think it's the same one. It's not actually Star Citizen. He's playing in that cool command center. He's got like the chair that he moves out of the way, and he's got stuff. It's all like in bright white, and it looks really cool. If that's the same one. Hey, Ravier. Good morning to you, sir. Welcome in. Oh yeah, Daymar right now is my favorite location. It used to be Microtech, but because of them removing a huge amount of trees and then trees with hitboxes and stuff like that, I prefer Daymar purely because of the access you can get to. But when you've got like this place at Prashad right now, and we're just a little bit out of it, so Prashad is like there. If you're heading to the Comaray, we head this direction, and this is where another mountain range will be. But this place has like some of the best canyons and cliffs to play with, so it's really good. And it's like a really dope area for like a land battle as well, because you've got a lot of ins and outs that you could do. It's just a shame that for example, it wasn't like the ability to refuel or repair out here. Would be awesome if you had like Shubin kind of stuff. This location as Shubin would be amazing. Hydrosa is working on a Terrapin cockpit for a gaming room. Nice. I do like the Terrapin. I wish there were different versions of the Terrapin, not for combat, but I would love a small cargo ship. So instead of the seat that has the targeting or the sensors, it just basically is a small few boxes worth of cargo grid. I think it would be a great like emergency drop-off ship kind of thing because of its tankiness and how small it is. It would be so cool. But again, this is where like it would have been pretty cool if they had done it where it had been like the Anvil Cutlass. The Terrapin could have been scanning instead of combat. It could have been a small medical ship, and it could have been a small cargo ship, you know? Like different versions of it. And that would have been really, really cool. Yeah, because again, it's such a really, really nice looking ship. I love how when you're coming into land, the armor sort of retracts on the glass to give you more visibility to fly. The VTOL engines look really, really cool. The ramp is really nice as well. It does look like a smuggler, yeah, it does. It's just a shame that, again, and I know that everyone needs to have like that good looking ship, but I genuinely feel that when you've got multi-crew ships that are 1 or 2 player, you should try and have it where they have multiple roles that could be done. Like the Vanguard, for example, you know? And the Cutlass, the Connie. I really, really like when CIG make different variants, and it doesn't need to be a huge thing. It just needs to be a different color skin that comes with it. And instead of the chair in the middle of the Terrapin, it's got a tiny little cargo area. Nothing like Freelancer, but maybe the same amount as an Avenger or something like that, where you can bring in some medical boxes or again, go looting in it. It doesn't need to have a turret either, just because of its defense capabilities. That's what you have. It's just, yeah, it'd be really, really cool if it was used more and more things. And same with the Apollo, right? I know the Apollo is a medical ship, but hands down, I think the Apollo would have been a fantastic RSI Cutlass ship, where it had medical, it had cargo version, and it had maybe a combat version that had like a small turret on the top or something. Because again, I genuinely wish CIG would be more focused on the 2 to 4 player gameplay than the, hey guys, it's either going to be by yourself, with somebody, or you need to have 20 people in the back of a Valkyrie, you know? It's like, I don't think every organization is ever going to be able to field all these bigger ships because people want to do things themselves, and 1 or 2 to 4 or 2 to 4 gameplay is way more interesting in Star Citizen than having 6 to 10 people, you know? Well, here's the thing, is NPC crews, you know, you need to have way more, like, serviceability before you start flooding entity spaces with, you know, that kind of stuff, you know what I mean? Because they eventually want it down the line where there's 9 NPCs to 1 player in an area, and to make it feel like the game is alive, and that's cool beans. But then if the player brings another 9 NPCs, you know what I mean, then the other it gets technical when you start wanting NPCs and blades to fill the role of another player. You know what I'm saying? I know everyone wants their crewed ship, they're by themselves, they've got their Connie, they've got full crew and it's NPC, and they're having that Star Wars, Star Trek kind of vibe. I understand it. But it also does break the game massively when you start wanting those kind of things. Like, I genuinely feel that manned turrets should always be, or manned or remote turrets should always be controlled by a player. I don't think you should ever be allowed to have an NPC do that job. I think the NPC could do like shield or, you know, something like that, but I don't ever see NPCs being used as crew, personally. I just don't. I think it's going to be too technical for this game to achieve it. But I could be proven wrong, you know what I mean? I hope the animals will be cool. Yeah, I know. I definitely would like to see some of that because, again, it is very, very dull. That in some locations, you know, there's not any like fauna and fauna kind of stuff, you know, or fern and fauna. Yeah, it's fern and fauna. Yeah, I think generally people with the talk about NPC crew, I think people are expecting way too much. You know what I mean? And that's not a bad thing. It's always good to be like, you know, I would love to see this in the game. But I generally don't know how they're going to do the crude stuff. It might be where it's the other way around and that NPCs can only be gunners and that's it. And you need to have crew for other stations. Because that would be easy to do. Like Book just said there, the NPCs are already doing the job of piloting and gunning. But we don't see them doing any other jobs. And again, it depends on the resources and stuff in a game. Maybe it's just you have NPCs to be a gunner and that's it, you know? Maybe. Who knows? Again, I'm all up for NPC crew and you're commanding them and you're playing multi-game stuff like that, but you have to realistically look at the game of how many games do you guys know where, I mean, the only other one I can think of, right? Somebody else can say differently. Is Arma. Arma, in my mind, is the only game where you can send out NPCs to do jobs. You know what I mean? But that's very much on a dedicated server, all that kind of stuff, you know? You know? So, yeah. Anyway, we have a Gladius now coming in. It's quite a EM, so let's bring into the sun chat. I'm also gonna start my ping because, yeah. They're firing missiles. Multiple missiles. It's just spamming. I can't shake this one. What the fuck? It's one of those missiles that just doesn't fucking piss off like. Going fast, regain their shields. Hit reg not going in. Hit reg delayed. Look at that. It wasn't even firing. It was taking hit reg. They walk away. Let's go and rearm. Oh, AI has arrived. Fuck. Break the AI circle. It was interesting that that first missile I could not shake at all. I had to literally notch at the last second to get it off me. Oh, here we go. AI. Holy fuck, man. They are aggressive as fuck. There we go. Oh no! It's fucking players. Mantis. It's a full squadron getting baited in. Alright. It's a fucking squadron of Mantis guys! Alright. We've got the Gladius back. We got the Mantis. Alright. Awesome. Interesting on this one. I don't think that Mantis really knows what it can do actually compared to the arrow. I'll have to bounce slightly here. Man, we'll push away in a second here. I don't know what they're trying to achieve by chasing an arrow, like. Give them hell? No. See, when people start showing up with a Mantis Kinker, it ain't just one or two people. Orgs are now trying to get in on friends list and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? It becomes very obvious where things start happening, right? So it's not just go and dive balls deep in, guys, alright? Let's take into account that strategy is better than just fucking running and gunning, you know what I mean? It's always better than running and gunning. Can you spread them? No, they're staying together. So Mantis is very fast in atmosphere, going up and stuff like that. However, we do have slight advantages in our thrust going down the way. And we've got Shubin coming up here as well, so we'll see. This is where a mine layer would be handy? It would be, yeah. It would be. Again, the silliest thing would be to instantly engage without knowing what's going on here. You've got to remember that I don't play to fleet fight. I never ever say that I like to fleet fight. I play the way I want to play, and if I'm getting overwhelmed by two ships, so we've got a Gladius, good in space, right? And you got the Mantis, good at holding me. However, I have the advantage of speed in short bursts, but I'm also at fuel point, you know what I mean? So we need fuel, and we'll quickly do here. And you see here that the Gladius now comes in, right? The Gladius is no threat to me when I stay low, right? And it's hovering above, right? Because the Gladius expects me to just fucking tank. There's the Mantis, right? And again, there. More targets, chat. More targets. And now they've got to turn around. So we have way more on us than has been made out. There's another like 2 ships. that I wasn't picking up on radar. You don't need to flight pedal. Oh, we're still in that conversation. Yeah, let me get a drink. Yeah, drink. Fuck. Oof. I agree, Kenka. The Mantis is a good-looking ship. That's what I was saying. Like the Apollo would have been amazing as like the RSI Cutlass and jazz like that, you know. I was actually waiting for you, Fresh. Good afternoon to you. Not for combat. I've got this. You can't even see it. Sorry. Okay, that didn't work out as well. I have a package here. Sorry, I should have held it like that. A magic card. Yeah, I've got this, guys. Look. So I waited for you to be able to like come on comms and explain it a bit before I opened up and stuff. I'm a wizard. Sorry guys, I forgot. Oh shit. I forgot it's got a green and a white backing to it and stuff. I had a wee cheeky look of them, but I need you to kind of like explain that stuff. So there you go, white envelope. You are Gandalf. Yeah. Oh, right, I'm gonna quickly use this, guys. I'm gonna go dead space. I need to go to bathroom break. Yeah. I need to quickly go for a bathroom break though, dude. Let me quickly do a 3-point bounce just now, guys. I am desperate for bathroom break. Mama, bathroom break. Alright, there we go. 3-point hide. Let's get up to speed. Alright, quickly, bio break, guys. Back in a sec. I'm warping him. This is real magic. I know, eh? Real magic. Where's that? Or is your last position too lag behind? What do you mean? People combat to escape bounty hunters, meanwhile you do a quick escape to a bathroom break while still in the verse? Yeah, I won't combat log. Again, I appreciate bounty hunters coming well equipped. They've got a Mantis, they've got a Gladius. I think I recognize the Gladius pilot as well. I don't think it was the first Gladius pilot. So there could be 2 Gladius, 2 Mantis, or maybe 1 Mantis, who knows? I appreciate it, but I'm not going to... Obviously, I don't just run in and suicide, like... We'll see how it goes, you know? But I don't need to play by bounty hunter rules, you know what I mean? That means they don't underestimate. No. Again, I think they're doing it the right way. They're using a Mantis to try and lock me in and all that jazz, you know what I'm saying? It's really well done. But this is the difference where I play the PU and it's not a Unarena Commander rules, is I don't have to die unless I actually fuck up, you know what I mean? I don't have to leave the server, I can go in the safe spot and go for a bio break. Where's that? Yeah, I see. I'm glad. Is it Scorpius? Scorpius dead. Waiting on the Gladius. Pushing on you. I'm in support. Pressuring on. It's too fast right now. I'm on your 6. You didn't tell me you were turning back in, dude. Yeah, definitely be more communicative, dude. To let me know what you're doing earlier. Let's head to Shubin. Yeah. Stop the regen. Not for long though. In defense. Good fight, dude. Good fight. Yeah, good fight, Tram. That was sick, man. Well fucking played, like. Holy shit. That guy can fly the Gladius like a fucking nut, man. Holy crap. Can we get some GGs in chat for those guys, please? Holy shit. That's... yeah. I would never be able to take that guy by myself. Let's get some TDL GGs, guys. Or TDO 07s, whatever you put it down. Holy fuck. Whew. That was sweaty. Crazy shit, man. That's definitely an Arena Commander pilot there. Yeah, that was really good. That guy can fucking tricord like the wind, man. Holy fuck. I think a bit of nuts, did you aid coming for cargo? What do you mean? Imagine if the Scorpius was better. We deleted the Scorpius. There's a big flaw to the Scorpius, you know? Let me allow that. But yeah, that was awesome, man. And you gotta respect that Gladius pilot for staying in that fight. Holy shit, like... I'll tighten up your butthole. Yeah, it was good, man. Really good. Inside CSGs, they bring change for cargo and they're gonna make it worth our time. I think they probably will, yeah. They probably will. Definitely, definitely. I think it will be a thing that... yeah. It'll definitely be good. It means that a lot of other things can happen into the game, you know. Dude's a beast? 1 versus 2 like that? Yeah. Tram, dude, seriously. Fuck Fucking hell, I am so glad I never engaged you by myself. Holy shit, like, dude, I am so fucking impressed with your flying of a Gladius in atmosphere, being able to hold that lock, no problem. That was insane, man. Absolutely insane flying. The acceleration of the Scorpius flaw. No, the Scorpius is a giant EM magnet. That's why it got nuked so hard, Ozor. Like, generally when you're flying multi-crew ships now, the biggest weakness to them is they are EM magnets. And, yeah. That was crazy, dude. Well played. And as well, for staying into it at the end as well. Absolutely insane flying. I would never be able to beat you 1v1. Not in a million years with that flying. We had to switch between aggressive and defensive play just to get you into a turn circle where we could land shots. It was nuts. The Scorpius is good, guys. It's just, the problem with the Scorpius is it's got really high EM because of the modules in the game just now and how overtuned EM missiles are. And then the conversion on the pilot needs a massive change because it's not fair that the pilot's guns have this sort of area here where nothing works, and then when you're out of the area, nothing works. It's only got like a small range to actually shoot at. And that's the two weaknesses to the Scorpius just now. If CIG can fix that... Alright. If CIG can fix the Scorpius for those sort of things, then yeah. Did you ping it? Or did you get it on ping? Oh, I see it now, yeah. Okay, I think this was the first Gladius pilot, to be honest. I'll do a blowback. He's gonna stop. G on that one, good. Okay, it's very difficult. Yeah, managed to get him into a pause. The moment you fix those two things on the Scorpius, I think it will be an incredible ship. But it just requires CIG to do something. But then people might complain it becomes too OP for that reason. It's just like, then what use is it, you know, when you have these things? Again, when they do the sort of like heat changes and stuff like that, you'll see people being able to use IR missiles a lot more, and cross-section. A lot of people, for some reason, use cross-section and then they'll fire cross-section. Shame on that. I'm gonna put open comms. That will then give the Scorpius more strength, I feel. The moment that when light fighters are afterburning a lot more, IR missiles will then hit easier, because as I've been showcasing, right? So even in atmosphere, doesn't matter, even in space, if you look here on the emissions, right? You've got IR, or heat, sorry, you've got cross-section, and you've got the EM. Watch when you afterburner on this number. It does nothing, right? It does absolutely nothing. This is why IR missiles are useless right now. And they're only good for shooting at big ships. It's the same cross-section. Cross-section goes for bigger the ship, easier to hit, and stuff like that. So missiles need a massive overhaul where, like, for example, I'm using little pop rocket task force, and it's not so much to injure somebody, it's more to support. So we fly with mixed builds, basically, different armaments for different jobs. And again, like, my missiles would never work on tram, because literally it's a Gladius. It's more just to be like, oh shit, these are out in the air kind of thing. It gives a little bit like, obviously didn't work really on tram at all, but on other players it kind of makes them where they're like, oh shit, you know, I've got missiles coming and stuff like that. So mine are more, yeah, distraction rockets, distraction missiles. But obviously if a Sentinel turns up, and a Sentinel is a giant EM fucking magnet, all my missiles hitting the Sentinel will never miss. It can't dodge them. And it's the same with the Scorpion right now. Because of the difference in size 1 modules to size 2, and this is where I kind of wish that the Scorpion had still been 2 size 1 shields, because it would have been lower in EM. But they put on the size 2 shield, so its EM spikes up, then it's got the other modules on top of it, and it's literally a missile magnet right now. So that's the one bad thing about the Scorpion, or any size 2 ships. They are missile magnets. And then the second thing is the guns for the pilot are shit. They're absolutely shit. If you sit over 1,000 meters a second away from a Scorpius, it can't do anything to you. If you sit under 300 from it, it can't do anything to you. And it doesn't have the acceleration like other ships does. Now, it has a really good top-end speed, and it looks amazing. But that's as far as that ship goes. It's really underwhelming for what you actually get from it. And yeah, Sentinel doesn't do these things. So again, I really hope that CIG sort of changed this around, where maybe IR is more for going for fighters, and then you save EM missiles for bigger ships, and then maybe like it gets to the point where the EM and the IR are so high, but the ship is so powerful that these missile sizes don't do shit, and you start using cross-section. I don't understand why there's a missile type for every size. It personally doesn't make sense to me. Because fighters do not produce enough EM, and it should be more where you're like speccing into cross-section and IR, I feel, personally. Because then again, a size 1 missile shouldn't really do anything to like a hammerhead shield, you know. That's just my personal opinion on it. There should be where you have to armament out for certain situations. So if I knew there was a Mantis and Tram and the Gladius chasing me, I should have been like, shit, I'm more spec'd out for dealing with bigger ships to deter them. My armament goes out the window, and I need to then think about either engaging and losing, which I would have done, or going to refit to be a little bit more, or for example, instead of 12 one missile, it would be, you know, 8 of one type and 4 of another. This is where the game needs to go in that direction. Is there a countermeasure for cross-section? No. No. Countermeasures for some reason do every countering. And noise does nothing right now. So when you do this, I see a lot of people still doing this, by the way. When they're in fighting in atmosphere, they're putting this stuff down. This shit. Right? So delayed as well, like. This does nothing in the game right now. Absolutely zero. Doesn't do anything. And people are still like trying to hide in it, and it's like, it does nothing. It doesn't stop missiles. They will still hit you in it. It doesn't kill the targeting system, the pip system, anything like that. It literally does nothing now. So people still use it to try and hide into it. And personally, I think they should just get rid of noise completely and just give everyone, like, you know, 60 flares. Or something like that. And just make it where flares will counter, like, IR missiles. Cross-section, you're just going to have more tank to deal with cross-section. And EM will only affect things that are high spiking and stuff like that. Noise does look cool, yeah, but it's pointless. You know what I mean? It doesn't serve a purpose. Because sometimes you see ships where they've got more noise than they have actual, like, flares and stuff, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. They have to tweak the disengage thing. It should be much more difficult for anyone to disengage. No. If they change disengaging, then even somebody with that skill level like Tram is dead. You know what I mean? Or I never have a chance of managing to get away. The problem is that disengaging has a different element to it. There's hit reg problems. So you saw when I was shooting at the other Gladius. The other Gladius warped away. I don't think it's part of Tram's team, but another Gladius was here beforehand. I was shooting at the Gladius and I stopped firing and then it took damage afterwards. There's a hit detection problem with this game. So most of the time when people are disengaging and you're shooting at them, nothing happens and they get their shields back up. Shields could use where like they take longer to regen back up, I feel. I think maybe they go a bit too fast, but you have to let people escape. You have to let people escape in this game. There should be no reason that somebody like myself and Fresh ganging up on a brand new player, they don't have a small window of escaping. And if you take away the disengage ability, or don't tweak it or something like that, then a lot of new players give up this game very, very fast. You know what I mean? So I don't know how CIG do it, personally. You know? I mean, you've got to understand that very soon fighting in atmosphere is going to be 100% different to fighting in space, where you're not going to be able to do what I'm doing just now and hover like this, or like how Fresh is doing it just now. You'll have to land and all these things, you know? Why is Fresh red? Because he's a criminal. He's a criminal. This is where like party colors would be really, really helpful in this game. Criminals show as criminal to each other, sadly. So can 4 Tempest 2's collapse a Scorp and the Scorp can't even use decoy against it? It can evade. It can evade, Zeman. But yeah, that's the biggest problem with size 2 right now. It's an absolute EM magnet for small missiles. Again, that's on CIG. That's the two faults of the Scorpius. It's not good at long range and close range, or super close range, I should say, and it's literally a giant light bulb flying around right now. Hopefully, some tweaks will come into play. But it's interesting that Scorpius changed out from the Mantis, you know what I mean? You can sit right in front of it with an arrow and it can't do anything. So once you go under 300 meters on the Scorpius, the conversion is so shit that it shoots over ships. And then when they get to like 1000, 1100 range, again, it converges only really on like an 800, 900 point, and then it just goes crazy. So if you're in space, a Scorpius is very, very easy to satellite. And when I call satellite, it's basically somebody that knows how to tricord, decouple, and just does this on you. So whilst you're in the Scorpius that doesn't have fast acceleration, you've got great top end speed, but you've got no acceleration. They set at 1000 and they just orbit around you like this. And it's called, well, I call it satelliting, where wherever you go, somebody sticks. And mostly you'll see it with like top end skilled arena commander pilots. They literally have the ability to satellite around you. And it's the most nuts thing to see. A Scorpius in space versus somebody in a Gladius or an Arrow, if the Arrow pilot or the Gladius pilot knows how to satellite, the Scorpius can't do a fucking thing, even with a gunner. It will die. You don't even need to use missiles. It can't do anything. The only thing it can do is get to speed and warp away. And if you bring in a Mantis that can satellite as well, there's a very, very small window of actually outrunning both of those ships. Mooning them? Yeah. I call it satelliting because it just generally feels like somebody is in your orbit and you can't ever escape this weird sort of situation. But it is literally people being able to tricord, and it is definitely a high-skilled arena commander thing that you see. And you can instantly tell when you're fighting somebody that's from arena commander in this game now, because of the playstyle. Does it work in SC? It doesn't. It does in 1v1 though. But when we're in the PU, again, you know, again, Tram would have killed me or Fresh easily if we were by ourselves, 1v1. But it's very, very difficult, even for a high-skilled pilot, to deal with two people that are above average. Because I don't count myself as a good PvPer. If I actually had the the willpower to sit in Arena Commander and spend multiple hours in trying to learn this stuff, which I hate, then it's a different story. It becomes a very fast kill situation when you're versing two people of that level. But this is where, again, there's many times you have to disengage. You saw Tram disengage. When Tram got my shields down, I disengaged, went into a defensive stance and stayed within like 2-3 kilometers so my wingman can back me up. When Fresh was taking damage, Fresh goes into defensive. You have this play. When people complain about people disengaging is because you have people going 20 kilometers away to get their shields back, and you don't need to do that. You don't need to go 20 kilometers away. So I generally feel that disengaging is fine. It's just, again, when people complain about jousters, jousting is a valid combat or an aerial tactic. Jousting is basically jousting past somebody to go into a merge to get into the slot behind somebody. And right now there's a lot of people that don't know how to let go of W. And that's where you complain about the jouster, because they're flying like 6k away and they're turning around and flying 6k away and flying k. That's what people complain about. And that's just somebody that doesn't know how to manage their speed. Skill ceiling is very high. It's good and hopefully gets better. It's not good right now. Arena Commander is not good right now. Because again, there's a lot of cheese to the game. And I'll tell you, the cheese is basically when you tricord, if you know how to do tricording, which is basically moving in 3 directions, using afterburner, decouple, couple, whatever you want to call it, you have the ability to push like 15 to 20 Gs and you don't black out. I want people to be able to pull those Gs and pull those maneuvers, but they need to black out faster. So if you were noticing when Tram was firing missiles at me, I was having to basically S-roll. So as Tram was coming this way, I'm S-rolling around because the missiles are coming down and I'm trying to avoid them. But I'm blacking out doing an S-roll. However, if you tricord at 15 Gs around somebody in the satellite play, you don't black out. For some fucking weird reason. So when I do a basic 9G S-roll just to avoid missiles and Tram shooting at me, I'm nearly blacking out where I'm having to reverse roll and reverse strafe and lose my speed because I'm blacking out. But anyone else that doesn't do that maneuver and is basically using the tricord system, they don't black out, and it's very apparent that it needs to be changed. Especially in atmosphere. In space, less, you know what I mean? They will get a rework on the GS and Blackouts, yeah. And I'm looking forward to it. Because again, I want people to move crazy, Kobe. I want people to be able to tricord, but there needs to be blackout mechanic to bring that skill check in. Where you can't push your ship to the unlimited capability of it. Because it's just like I advertise on this channel. The F-16, the F-22, the F-35, all of these like 5th generation kind of fighters, maybe not the F-16, these vehicles or these planes are so advanced that the only limitation is the pilot that sits in them. And it should be the same in Star Citizen, where you have all these advanced spaceships, but you still have a human being getting torn to bits inside the Gs. And that makes great gameplay with people who are like, oh shit, this guy is fucking nuts. He's going into like a negative dive onto the planet at this speed with these Gs. I can't do this. I'm not going to pull out of this. And the other person does because they've maybe practiced the routine. That's what I would love to see in this game. Yeah, well, again, this is where I try to educate people a little bit about Gs. Obviously, I don't know full scientific behind it. But I can tell you right now that most average human is 5 to 6 Gs of tolerance that you can handle. And then to go higher require, and this is with a G suit on, is 5 to 6 Gs before you start to black out, basically, or red out, go unconscious. And when it requires strong tolerance to hold 9 Gs for more than a few seconds. So when you see ships like the Cartha all pulling 30 Gs, the pilot should be a pile of mush having a sleep in that situation. There is no human that would be able to handle 30 Gs. I mean, Gs are not dangerous, right? So before anyone goes, oh, you know, when I say mush, it's sort of just like mush. Because Gs are not dangerous for humans. Like, unless you're doing like ridiculous amount of them. It's more that your brain can't handle. You know what I mean? I can handle 69 Gs for 2 minutes straight. Yeah, again, there's a lot of people that can do 12 Gs. Amaro. There's a lot of pilots that will do 12 Gs, and they can only do it for like a couple of seconds before they also pass out. And they have huge, huge G tolerance. So I am completely fine with ships pulling 15 Gs.
Back at a start on it.
Alright, clap away then. Clap away. Nice EM spike. Artillery going out.
Firing now.
We are, man. Second wave out. Final wave out.
I'm firing my last missiles. Oh, I missed.
Only a lot missed though. Solo Mercury Star Runner. Like, why? 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 You know what I mean? This is where it starts getting silly for bounty hunters. Where it's like, that ship is not a bounty hunting ship. The Hawk, yes, is a really, really good ship, but it just starts going silly. Like, you know what you're up against. You come in a Hawk, and obviously you get hit hard, and that should be the situation where you don't go, right, you know what I mean? I was in a fighter that has lots of guns and actually does fly really nicely in atmosphere these days. Let me go into a Mercury Star Runner, that'll get the job done. If you bring a Mercury Star Runner with like 2 gunners, that's a really good thing to do. Yeah, exactly, Amaro. 9 to 10 Gs. So again, I tried to show it where, again, when we are pushing here, right? So right now we are going into a right bank. We're holding the radius. We're pushing up to about 450. We'll try and hold at 400. And we are pushing at 7 Gs, 8 Gs. Right now, you can see that I'm slowly starting to black out. But as far as I'm concerned, we should be blacking out way earlier, or getting into the part where you hear the pilot G-locking, okay? And doing the hick maneuver to actually reset. But we're pulling 7 Gs, 430 meters a second as I go round and around, right? And now we're starting to black out because I am holding the G, so I have to roll out, reverse the strafe, and then get back into it. I don't lose the speed, but I lose my radius. I'm forced out of my radius because of the Gs. Now watch this. This is the stupid thing. Hey, thank you, man. I can't satellite. You literally have to go into Arena Commander and learn that stuff. Go and watch a streamer, Echo, or Jice when they're in Arena Commander. That's how you satellite. I can't do it because it requires a lot of time spent in Arena Commander to learn it. And then you literally become godly, where 1v1, if you can do it better than the other person, you'll never get shot at, right? So we were doing 7 to 9 Gs in a 450 spin, right? Or radius movement. Watch this. 10 Gs. 11 Gs. 10 G spin right now. 11 Gs. And we finally go, right? But if you do this in space, you go up to like 15 Gs, depending on the ship and stuff, and nothing happens to you. And this is where, again, it needs to be a lot faster than that amount of time. If you are going into, let's do a flat dive, right? And you can see here that we are now free falling because I'm in decouple mode. So we're free falling, we're only pushing like 0.7 Gs, 1 G. We're going to start to descend now. We're going to go down. And let's bring it into a flat spin. We're only putting 2 Gs, alright? Because we're not thrusting, we're just free falling, right? This is good. The problem is that we're hitting 2 free Gs now with the spin, and I push it 14 Gs? Holding 14 Gs for that length of time, I should not be Comtus Mentis for that length. You know what I mean? That's where they just need to do a little bit of work on the Gs and how fast the blacks are and stuff. This is why people move crazy. And it's not really to do anything with the flight model, it's just there's no punishment for going batshit crazy. The recovery from Gs and SE is too quick. I agree, completely. It doesn't need to be real though, Mr. Comics. All it is where you are not going into the world of Narnia arcade, if you know what I mean. When we've got characters that require breathing, characters that require water, characters that require eating, soon you'll be pooping, showering, all these things. When the game is designing it around that, you don't want it where we are some sort of fucking super soldier. Because then you would go, well then why didn't they make the super soldier being able to breathe in all oxygens and environments and stuff like that, you know what I mean? So when you say it wouldn't be fun, I'm not talking about let's make it DCS world of level of skill level. No. But it needs to be if you are pushing a ship to the most utter insane kind of motion, there needs to be more punishment for it. Because you can't let people just fucking fly at Mach 1, round corners, upside down, inverted, you know, pushing like 14 Gs and they're absolutely fine. That's where you're making it very game breakable, you know? Exactly. If unlimited Gs is in the game, then might as well make... Exactly, yeah. If you're going to allow G craziness, then just make it where the ships move in the most bonkers way, you know? And I personally, like, I want a balance between, like, you've got a full-blown simulator like DCS World, and then you've got an arcade game, like, whatever, right? I want something that's in the middle that's fun, but it makes sense where people can't cheese it and stuff like that, you know? Yeah, that's where I'm trying to go with Mr. Comics. But you know what I mean? Like, again, if you have people doing one thing that's batshit crazy and then the other is like full simulator, it's like, why? Why don't you just have, you know what I mean? Either you go arcade or you go full sim, or when you're doing what CIG is doing where you're mixing everything together, it just sort of needs to be where there's certain checks put in. Not to make it unfun, but to make it where people can't abuse the system. Oh no. No. No, I don't think you should do anything like that. There should be no skill trees in this game. And the reason for that is the idea is that you're meant to be able to pick up a weapon and it's your skill to use the weapon. If you're running around, it's your skill check to learn to not run all the time and drain your stamina and stuff like that. And it's the same with G resistance, that there should be a skill check, but it should not just be where I've played this game for a year and I'm invulnerable to, or I've got a high G resistance. You know what I mean? That then makes it where a brand new player has no way of ever competing with you. And it should be where that the player can compete with you, and the only reason that they're losing is because you have the experience of the game, not because your character is a super soldier that's been worked on for years and years and years and stuff like that. So I agree with you that there should be like ways to do G tolerance. You can do suit, or you can maybe take a drink that helps you or something like that. I'm fine for that, but no skill trees, please. No. No, 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 no. It has to be down to the player, you know? Because, yeah, then we turn into Eve. And I'm an ex-Eve player. I played for 9 years straight. 2003 to 2012. Hardcore Eve. And I don't want that in Star Citizen. I want it where it's more down to the pilot. Like, again, I'm going to name drop Tram, who was that Gladius pilot we were fighting. That was a skill check. That was a pure able to dogfight 2 arrows in atmosphere skill check. of a high level. Now, if you make it where, for example, myself and Fresh had been playing for a year and we didn't G-lock as much as Tram, that's unfair. You can't take away the fact that a pilot's skill should matter the most in this game. Not because of how long you've passively played or something like that, you know? That's the worst thing with EVE, is that you can literally passively play the game. You don't ever need to play it. You can actually queue up skills in EVE Online and come back 2 years later and you've learned nothing, but you have the skills to fit better modules to make it easier for yourself. I don't agree with that, personally. I don't like the way EVE has gone, where it's literally autopilot leveling right now. I liked it where it forced people to play a little bit to get things done. But then that's each their own, you know? But we'll see how they go. We'll see how they go. Again, definitely would like to see a little bit more of G's in the atmosphere. They can lessen it off in space. Make it, you know, faster. They're about to slow us down. We know that they're going to be redoing the G system anyway. Blackouts. I still would like it where... This is just, again, personally me, I would like it where we have to manually press a button to induce the hick maneuver. And that would be a skill check. So, for example, a new player is going to come in, do a hard G turn, and be like... character's out of breath, not able to recover. But if you're a character that knows how to push corners, and you're holding the hick, and you're doing it, you can maybe, like, tap it, pulse it, whatever. And I know it's an extra button for people to press. I feel bad for people that complain about that kind of stuff, but you know what I mean. I would love it where there's another skill check where you're actually having to force the maneuver and it's down to the player to press it at the right time to skill check it, which allows you to go even batshit crazier. Not like EVE style, more like Elder Scrolls, where you need to dogfight or mine. Again, I would just rather where it is 100% player skill based, to be honest. And what you're getting is reputation, which allows you to go and do harder things that require somebody of your skill level, you know what I mean? I think it's a really good thing for a video game where you can literally go, I know Mr. Comics. Mr. Comics is one of the best salvage... I'm just using a name for example. One of the best salvages in the game. Gets the job done really fast, off-site, best cleaning up duty ever, you know what I mean? Instead of being like, right, let me look at a list. This person's got level 5 salvaging. That person will do. I don't want a game like that. That's very much like EVE, or I mean a bit like Elder Scrolls in any typical MMO. I want to actually have the interaction with a player where I'm like, this person is going to get the job done, not because of what's written on a piece of paper, because of how much time they've actually done the job, you know? I think that's a much cooler system for a video game, personally. Because I've always hated where your typical MMO is you come in, right, what do you do in your typical MMO? You have a look around the starter area, you do questing, you do missions, then you go and fucking grind to level 60. Then you start doing dungeons and raids. And then you wait 6 months for somebody to make some more content that's exactly the same fucking content. And then you have to level another 10 levels, get more gear, do all this. And then you're sat around doing what the fuck do I do in the game? You know what I mean? It's so boring, bland, unathletic. You know, I'm done with games like that. It'd just be better to actually just do things, you know? Exactly. Like Elite, you know, and stuff like that. No, it's just typical, like, World of Warcraft, EverQuest gameplay, Greg. Not targeted at you, dude. But it is like every single MMO is always the same. Gotta level, gotta get the gear, gotta wait around for fucking 6 months till the company builds some more gear that's exactly the same content. It's just maybe the boss is a little bit harder, or it says something different in its lines, but every brain-dead muppet goes, oh my god, this is just as good as the Infernal Towering Pizza, you know? I don't play WoW, by the way, you can probably tell, you know? But it's the same boring drivel shit in these games. I need a narrative or the room to make my own fun. Yeah. So yeah, no skills, no levels, Make it reputation. Make it about where if a player puts in the time, like you see in Arena Commander, right? I put myself as above average in PvP. Never into like the hardcore area of it. I do well. Okay? But the people that spend hours and hours and hours and hours in Arena Commander are dedicating a lot of time and skill to be able to do things that you couldn't even imagine unless you actually do it yourself. So there's the reward in that. It's not like I've done missions for 12 days straight and now I have the ability to do it in the game. I just don't like that. Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm going with it.
Show me that magic trick again.
Oh yeah, the cards. That was one thing I want to bring up. You got me covered? I completely forgot about this, guys. And thanks to Fresh letting us know. So, we have been working on, or working with, to try and promote, oh, that's not going to come out very funky. Star Citizen Squadrons strategy game card game. You can do exclamation mark squadrons in chat. And there's a bit of a scan me thing here. I'm gonna keep my eyes on that. But they have been kindly able to send me some cards here from the game chat. Now this one, I don't think you'll be able to see it too well because again, green screen is gonna kill that. But that is a Vandal one. And it's got the stats, all that stuff, in the wee shiny things. But what I do like is it seems that we've got a hologram one here. I'm going to try and pick them off. And Fresh can educate me on this, if I can just pull them out here. Oof. It's just a piece of green paper as well. And this is something that I'm actually hoping it'll get taken off. Because you know how like a lot of people are into like that Pokemon kind of stuff. It's really, really cool. So I've actually got them signed. But this one here, is this the one? Yeah, this is hologrammed. And it's the Hammer Time UEE one. Again, you won't be able to see it, but it's all hologrammed to fuck, which is amazing. Alright, let me just open mic then. So it's foiled, okay? What does foiled mean? Yeah. But does that put the rarity and am I going to make lots of money in the future from it? Alright. Yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, I got 2. I got early supporter card 1 and 2. Ooh. Alright, okay. Ooh. Yeah. Nice. So hopefully in the future, some super. Oh, you actually can't. Wait. Sorry, I don't have you on comms. You said all that for no reason. Sorry.
Oh, then you have to maybe repeat it, or I can repeat it.
Right. So what Fresh was saying, which I didn't hear, or you guys didn't hear. Basically, there is early supporter cards. This one is 1, and it's signed. So this is the most rarest card that you can actually get with this stuff. just now, anyway. And as Fresh was saying, basically, what company are you working with?
Katamundi. It's the magic guys
Katamundi.
that print the magic cards.
So, is that Magic of Gathering, basically?
Yes.
Yeah. So, they're working with the people who do Magic of the Gathering, and if CIG ever allow this to go into the crazy kind of situation, this can be where some of these cards might be worth quite a bit of money, but also a really cool game to get involved in. So yeah, if you guys want to check out Exclamation Mark Squadrons, we do plan to be doing a giveaway on the show. So we've got this one here, where we've got the Hammerhead, which is foiled. It's not really coming up because green screen hates it. We've got the Eagle Eye, which is the Carrick one. Again, dodgy because of the hologram. And these are supporter 4, free, 2, and 1. And we're actually going to be doing a giveaway on the channel that gives these cards away. I don't know if we're going to do it next month. I'm going to have to obviously arrange it with Fresh and the other guy as well. But I'm basically wanting to just promote it on the channel. I don't really want to get anything like benefit out of it, so we're going to do a giveaway where we'll give the cards away to you guys, but also where it's not like you have to subscribe. It's just going to be like a follow the channel, follow their Twitter, and that's kind of it. No codes, none of that. Just basically promote the game so CIG are more aware, because obviously if you go and upvote it just now, which was one of the things that we had here, let me bring up my tab here, guys. If I can actually open. I actually can't even fucking alt tab. What the fuck is going on? Windows, what are you doing? There we go. It's memeing around. So with Squadrons, you can go there, and you can also help out by... I think they've still got the page that you can go and upvote, which is... Go here. Yeah, if you guys want to help out, you can go and upvote on that one. They don't have the raffle going anymore, but we managed to get them up to 526 on the old number there. And again, if you're interested in this, obviously go to the website, check it out. We'll hopefully be promoting it more on the channel. I'm not much of a card person, but obviously Fresh is part of it, so I want to help out Fresh as much more.
20 kilometers.
Nice. Yeah, hopefully we will see more of that next month. 345, Roger. I got it pushing on. I didn't rearm. GG's. Redeemer.
It's a Redeemer. You might want to go rearm. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll go and rearm.
I'll keep my missiles for now.
Yeah, I'll go and rearm. Try and bring it down as well.
Not sure if it has a turret gunner.
Probably doesn't. It doesn't look like it does.
I just fly away. I'll bring it down more.
Yeah, I can't rearm just now.
Oh, I hit the ground.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I fucked up on that one.
Oh dear.
I was decoupled. I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't hit me, so I shouldn't.
No. Plenty time, I can play.
Oh, I am in prison though. He had the fucking.
Oh, cheesy cult arms.
He had the mission. Yeah.
Alright, fair.
That was my bad. Must have hit the button on accident.
Yeah. I can't rearm at all here. It's just bugged up. Going to flare off a bit here. And just try some flares. Just flopping around, I don't even know what it's doing.
Probably doesn't have your mission. Just goes now.
Most likely.
It's probably
Yeah.
wondering why he didn't get the money.
Probably. Yeah, he's warped out. Oh, this game!
Now, do I do missions or do we want to do a pickup?
Pickup will bug you. You gotta just do missions and walk out.
Alright.
Sadly. Yeah, if you try to escape jail, you won't have your infantry, and you'll bug up and snake and do all these weird things.
Oh god.
And if it fails, you'll lose your head, and you have to wipe. Man. Come on. Come on, game. I ran into an oblivious rockman and acted like I was not right in front of his lasers. Missled him. He dead now. Yeah, it happens, yeah. Try the small pads. That doesn't work, I don't think. Again, this bugs up times where, you know what I mean? It just sometimes doesn't work. It's because I don't have anything to fire off, see what I mean? Yeah. It doesn't even work if you hover over it. I need to deploy flares. And I need to move away from the area, and I need to try and smash off a wing or damage myself for it to register. So unfortunately, the joys of some of the wankiness in the game right now. I'm actually pretty badly damaged, so it's not doing that. Don't need permission, yeah, it's just buggy. It is buggy. Sometimes it'll work. Let's hold a little bit before. I think it's just screwed, sadly. ArtCorp doesn't rearm or repair you. White hand, just to tell you that. Hasn't ever done it in the game, dude. On Shubin. On Daymar, sorry. It can only spawn vehicles, it can't repair them. No, you can't repair at the place, guys. Like, ArtCorp has never been able to repair people at all in the history of this game. So, I think it's just the server, sadly. There's only one way to sort this out. Only one way. Bum, bum, bum. No, ArtCorp has never been able to. It can only spawn vehicles. On other locations it can for some reason, but yeah, ArtCorp on Daymar has never been able to rearm. We've always asked for it because it makes sense, you know, when you've got those pad things there that should actually work, but yeah. The general thing is you'll find where even with going to different locations, it'll be probably the server that's not affected. It's not a location. I could probably go to Yella and it would still be broken, you know what I mean? It just has these issues and stuff. The Mangaloid, thank you very much for the follow, I appreciate that. Thank you, especially as you've been here pretty much all day and now you've decided to drop the follow. Thank you. I like that. Ground has the best R&R. That's very true. It is. What's our time actually? Because it's like 15. Oh, yes, shit. I forgot. Holy crap. I'm a bad boy, chat. I actually have real life things to do. I have this burger van thing to try out. 5 o'clock. So I need to go and get the dogs walked. Awesome. Tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow. I'm going to be heading off, but I'll be on to tonight, dude, if you want to play. Alright, cool, dude. Thanks for the support today. It was good. Let's get some GGs for Fresh, please. Who bit the dust in our name or honor. Yeah, so we are going to be on, guys, tomorrow for our 2 years as a partner stream. So there's going to be a little goal down here that I would hopefully like to try and achieve. If we do, obviously we'll have that very spicy one chip challenge to consume. I'm not going to make it too crazy for you guys. I think it'll be like 100 subs and maybe like a small donation amount, because again, I don't want to make it too easy for you and I also don't want to eat it. But I also want to offer it up on the cards for anyone feeling generous and wanting to support the channel. However, the main thing is there is a 200. I see that one. I get up. There is a 200 entry for the giveaway for the end of the month. So please be here. I'm not going to be an asshole and just do it. I'm going to type it in chat and you guys can get involved in it. But it'll be like midday or near the end of the show or something like that. You know what I mean? And yeah, it's going to be pretty good. We'll hang out. I'm going to try and make a whole day of it and all that jazz. Medium. This is definitely going to be this definitely will be something that I don't think I can handle personally. It's not going to put me in hospital if that's what you're talking about, because I have had, you know, the pepper things before, but it's going to be bright red, sweating, dripping from all crevices and stuff like that, you know. It would be incredible if we got to hit it. So I'll need to make sure I have plenty of milk and stuff on the site beforehand, just in case you guys are crazy enough to go ahead and do it. But yeah, thank you very much to the Squadron Guys game. Again, guys, get involved in it. It might be something in the future that is a real hit with everyone, and I think it's a really cool thing to kind of, maybe it might even be built into the game one day. But let's find you somebody to raid right now, and then we will be back tomorrow for the anniversary. And yeah. Thank you so much for all the love today as well. It's been really cool hanging out with you guys. New faces, new voices. I appreciate it. Thank you. Project Nova. Hey, coming in at the clutch to finish off the 5 of the day, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for gifting to Spacefarer Chris as well. Thank you so much for the support, guys. Can we get some 07s, vibes, all that good stuff? I'm gonna send you on to my boy Vegan. He's still on. I don't know how long he's gonna be on for, but let's go and drop a raid, and then he can send the love on to other places and all that stuff. But yeah, thank you very much for your time today, guys. I will catch you tomorrow, nice and bright and early. We're going to be trying like starting about 10, 11. All depends on the scenario and all that jazz. You know how it is. You know how it is, guys. But yeah, thank you very much to everyone popping up on the names here. Appreciate you all. Have a wonderful night. If I don't see you this weekend, have a wonderful weekend. Stay safe. Wear a mask. If you're going to any of these burger, beer things with CIG, please take care, guys. Don't do anything stupid. Don't be stupid. Don't pester people if they don't want to be pestered. You know how it is. Be human, but just not be an asshole human. And, yeah. Have a great time, guys. Take care. Mr. Tuvo, take care. Zaman, Michelle, Project Nova, Joe, Tough Mudder, Rufus, everyone, Vega, Beaver, White Hand. My God. Thank you very much for the fights as well. Appreciate everyone. Catch you there.